Welcome to the Off Label Podcast, your twice weekly dose of sanity in an insane world. Another bonus episode for you here, guys, because these things are getting real interesting. The rapid firing these committee hearings here. This one we brought up on Tuesday on the what am I thinking? The YouTube section before we went to Rumble. You remember how I told you that Jamie Ratforeskin said you can't defend yourself from the government because you're not a militia? The militia is the military. Yeah, we're going back to that. We're going to hear everything in full context, the whole thing. The right to self-defense hearing and Doge's second committee hearing that lays out a lot of financial malfeasance from this country that borderlines on criminal. It's a very, very, very disturbing hearing, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get into that one right after the self-defense hearing, and none of it starts until I hit this button right here.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
I was at work the other day, and I was hanging out in the break room, breaking stuff, and I noticed a sign on the wall. It was a formal decree from leadership that read, "There will be no more Marvel movie references around the office. Love, management." I do not. I was immediately overwhelmed with the burden of glorious purpose. And with glorious purpose comes great power. And with great power comes great responsibility. And I run toward my problems, not away from them. So I marched over to my boss's office. I said, "It's clobbering time." And I kicked in his door. I said, "Dormammu, I've come to bargain." My boss said, "Joe, calm down. I see that you saw the sign. But this Marvel movie stuff, it has got to stop. You've been signing off all your emails with, 'I am inevitable. I love you 3000. It's unprofessional." I said, "Unprofessional? Careful. You're going to make me angry. And you wouldn't like me when I'm angry." He said, "I don't like you now. Besides, this isn't all on me. The whole office came together. We took a vote and we made a decision." I said, "I recognize that the council has made a decision. But given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I have elected to ignore it. Vengeance has consumed you. It's consuming them, and I'm done letting it consume me. Dormammu, I've come to bargain." He said, "Joe, do you know what the problem with Marvel movies is?" I said, "Yeah, Sony Entertainment." He said, "Don't bullshit me. I know that you actually enjoy the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies." I said, "Of course I enjoy them. Nostalgically, that's Sam Raimi. He also did Darkman with Liam Neeson. Take the fucking elephant. But comparably, I also thought I was in love with my high school girlfriend, but I didn't marry her, did I? Dormammu, I've come to bargain." He said, "The problem with Marvel movies is that it's too much content being shoved down our throats, and we just can't take it all." I said, "That's what Deadpool movies are for. They aggressively assist us with consent." He said, "Joe, just meet us halfway. Can you at least make an effort? Do your best." And I said, "All we can do is our best. And sometimes our best is starting over. Dormammu, I've come to bargain." He said, "Joe, are you done?" And I said, "I could do this all day." Dormammu. He said, Joe, stop it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Just tell me what you want. I said, that's a great question. I want to punch you in the face. Hard. Really hard. He said, violence is not the answer. What can I do to get you to shut up? I said, okay, then I want a Deadpool Spider-Man crossover movie, and I want it rated R. And I want the score to be composed by Danny Elfman. He said, Joe, I can't help you with this. It was right then and there that I was absolutely 37% sure that he was a Skrull. So I punched him in his face. He didn't fire me, but he did press charges. So I get to work from home because the ankle monitor. But while I'm at home, I'm going to rewatch all the Marvel movies, which sounds like a win to me. Whoever said violence wasn't the answer wasn't a very violent person. How's it?
The problem is, I can't find a flaw in his logic with that. And the green screen on my screen is just really, really, really messed up here, is it not? Wow. Let me fix this real quick. I'm all kinds of fadey. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we can do that. Better. Welcome, everybody. We got some things to get into. We got Michael with us. We got Shane. And Muffin was here, too. I saw him. Where is he at? Muffin's with us right now. He's got a long drive. Let's see if we can help him with that, ladies and gentlemen. We brought it up on Tuesday. Went through it, a good little bit of it. We spent a good little time on this. Jamie Raskin thinks you don't have the right to defend yourself if the government comes knocking on your door because you're not a militia. A well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, you're not part of that. The military is a part of that. Never mind the fact when that was written, this country didn't have a standing military, and the militia was the people themselves. But now that we have a standing military, you're a defenseless piece of shit, and you do as we say. We're about to hear the whole thing in full fucking context. And when we do hear it, you're going to realize that I wasn't being hyperbolic. You're going to realize that I wasn't trying to play shit out and make it sound worse than it is. I actually played it down because it gets worse. Let's go ahead and hit it up then. The right to self-defense. This was 5 days ago, March 4th, the day we talked about it. But let's get going with it, ladies and gentlemen.
Subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. I welcome all of you to this hearing today, which is the topic is the right to self-defense. And I now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, I'm scared of shit out of kids. That's fun.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I thank the gentleman. And now I will recognize myself for an opening statement. Again, thank you, everyone here who's here today. I'm
What's
pleased
going
to chair
on,
the
Rhoda?
hearing we have before us, focusing on the Second Amendment and the right to self-defense. The Second Amendment protects our rights to keep and bear arms, which includes both firearms and knives. The Supreme Court's landmark decision in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin held that the Second Amendment protects the right to carry a handgun for self-defense outside the home, not just inside the home, as the court held in Heller. At a time when violent crime continues to plague our communities and rogue prosecutors allow criminals back out on the streets, now more than ever, it is important to preserve our right to defend ourselves and our loved ones. It's disgraceful to think someone protecting their family from a deadly attack could be punished for defending their family. Unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle do not share these same views. Instead of passing legislation to keep criminals off the streets, former President Joe Biden's ATF sought to achieve far-left policy outcomes through federal agency rulemaking. Former President Biden's ATF promulgated various rules to regulate pistol braces and the frames and receivers on firearms, or so-called ghost guns. Former President Biden's ATF also issued a rule to create several presumptions about when an individual is defined as a dealer in firearms and needs to be licensed as a federal firearms licensee.
It's noon
And
here.
instead of continuing long-standing relationships with FFLs, which serve as the first line of
What
defense
up,
against
Zach?
criminals, the Biden ATF actually treated FFLs like they were the criminals. These efforts targeted lawful firearm owners and did nothing to prevent actual criminals from committing violent crimes. My colleagues across the aisle fail to realize how more gun control only harms and impacts the vulnerable populations they claim they want to protect. Thankfully, under this new administration, firearms owners and firearms businesses alike can breathe a sigh of relief. The right to self-defense is a cornerstone in our country. Despite what the mainstream media may like you to, 38 states have stand your ground law.
And double the maximum amount of time because he is an elected official. He should know better. And he needs to be held to account to a higher standard than the rest of the people.
Laws compared to a duty to retreat. However, the current landscape of firearm laws across the country surrounding when and where you carry a firearm are often complex and difficult to navigate. To think that a person lawfully owning and carrying a firearm in one state becomes a criminal as soon as they cross into another is completely absurd. Some things need to change. The same confusing landscape of complex criminal
I
laws
have no
exists
idea
for
who the
carrying a
fuck
knife
that is
across
anyway.
state
I've never
lines.
seen her yet.
My bill,
She
the
may be
Knife
new.
Owners Protection Act, would protect the right of law-abiding citizens to transport knives interstate, notwithstanding the burden and patchwork of state and local prohibition.
I was actually told by the police officer that I told somebody that was trespassing in my house more than once, trespassing on my lawn, my property more than once, that I could effectively end them, and it would be no problem because they were harassing. Came to my house 3 times wanting information on the people in our group.
I look forward to marking up the Knife Owners Protection Act in this committee. Our committee will continue to stand with FFLs, firearms, and knife owners, and any law-abiding citizen who refuses to become a victim. This week, the 2 ranking members sent a letter to the Attorney General asking her to refrain from repealing the ATF's unconstitutional regulations. In that letter, they cited a misleading statistic that I'd like to take the time to clarify. They said, quote, "Today there are more gun dealers than there are locations of Starbucks, McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts, Burger King, Subway, and Chick-fil-A combined," close quote. They justify this statement by citing to a report on the number of active firearm licenses.
The number of guns exceed the number of big fast food chains. Like, sir, that is an incredibly fucking stupid statement to make in the first damn place. Or even to quote, "Of course there is, you stupid asshole." I know people who have more guns than businesses in the towns that they live in. And that's just not fast food. That's everything.
However, the ranking members mistakenly equate one firearm license to one firearm dealer, as if a single FFL has a retail outlet. In fact, there are only about 25,000 physical addresses for firearms dealers in this country. A single firearms dealer can hold multiple licenses, and someone can have a license without actually being a firearms dealer. That is the fact. And at this time, I'm going to yield
Is that
back
supposed to be a bad fact,
and recognize the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. And good morning, and thank you to all of our witnesses that are joining us this morning. Every single day, more than 110 Americans die from gun violence.
Right.
And more than 110 families have to
Hamburgers
confront
kill
their
more than
worst fear,
handguns.
that they have lost a person who means absolutely everything to them. I came to Congress because
That's
one
an
of those
incredibly fucking
families
ridiculous statement
was
to make,
my
but
family.
health-wise
In
is
November
true.
2012, I got the call that no parent should ever have to face, that my son had been taken by gun violence. My son Jordan would now have just celebrated his 30th birthday, and every day I think about the life that he should be living. And I think about the millions of Americans' lives that are lost or changed.
I'm just going to go out on a little limb here. I don't know this story from Macbeth's child here, but if if your son wasn't breaking the law, if your son wasn't beefing with people, if your son wasn't doing something that put himself in that situation, would he still be alive today? Now, like I said, I know nothing about your son's situation. Your son could have been at the wrong place at the wrong time. However, I will say this, in any situation, if your son were trained in the use and operation of a firearm, would he still be alive today?
By preventable gun violence. And I know that I am not alone. For decades, survivors and those who aspire to a safer tomorrow have been working together to bring an end to gun violence. And in June of 2022, after more mass shootings in Uvalde and Buffalo, we passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first comprehensive gun violence prevention bill
Oh, it gets worse.
in nearly 30 years. For the past 2.5 years, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act has kept guns out of the hands of dangerous people like gun traffickers and domestic abusers. It has invested in improving mental health resources, both in our local schools and throughout all of our communities. It has supported state and local efforts to reduce gun violence, including funding state crisis intervention programs. Since the passage of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, there have been 3,500 fewer murders. That's more than 3,000 families who've never had to receive that devastating news that would change their lives forever. Those are families with a son or daughter who did come home from school, with a mom who did make it back from running an errand or attending a prayer service, or with a dad who did come home after working the late shift. In just 2 years, there are more than 3,000 families who didn't have to face the pain of losing a loved one to murder. The two largest single-year decreases in murder ever recorded. We have the ability to keep this momentum going. And it's not just reducing murder. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act has helped bring violent crime down to an almost 50-year low without infringing on the constitutional rights of a single responsible gun owner or gun seller. Given this incredible progress, it is no wonder that law enforcement supports the work that we have done and the improvements that continue to be made because of this historic law. In 2023, the National Sheriff's Association called on Congress to appropriate $200 million for the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative, a program that we doubled in size by passing the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. As the sheriff's letter explains, this funding supports law enforcement mentorship, life skills, and vocational training programs. This work is making all of us safer and changing lives for the better, bridging gaps and encouraging trust between law enforcement and the communities that they serve. Similarly, last year, we received a letter from police leaders for community safety
Have fun, Zach.
in support of a provision of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that requires those who sell guns predominantly to earn a profit to obtain a license and conduct background checks. Police leaders for community safety explained that this provision prevents felons and other prohibited purchasers from evading background checks and enhances public safety.
That's a straight ass lie.
We know that we're still losing far too many lives to gun violence, violent crime, and suicide. But the solution is clear. We must continue the progress of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and we must build upon it. Our colleagues want to take us back
We
to a
must take
time
everything
where there
from
were
the
more
people,
guns in our communities
so that way
might
our
end up in the
word
hands of
is
people who
God.
simply should not have them. But we know what is at stake, and that is American lives.
Yeah.
At the end of a long day, We all just want our loved ones to come home safely, that our husbands or wives will walk through the door, whether they work in an office, a school, a hospital, or a police precinct. We want to tuck our children into bed each and every single night. We want our moms, our dads, and our best friends to be kept safe from harm and able to speak to us on the other line of a telephone. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is making sure more people share these important moments together, and that fewer families face the heartbreak when those moments abruptly stop. I once again call on my colleagues to stand with us in working together to end unnecessary gun violence.
Where everybody's
And
alcohol.
before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to
How'd that
submit
go
into the
before?
record a letter from the National Sheriff's Association in support of community violence intervention funding,
Without objection.
I
and
doubt
a
she has
letter
any
from
friends.
the Police Leaders for Community Safety in support of the engaged in business provision of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Chair now recognizes the ranking member for the entire committee, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Just on that interesting point you raised at the beginning, I think we stand by our math.
Here we go. I'm just going to let this one play out. His whole thing. I'm going to let it play out for you. You listen to this without any pauses, without anything. You listen to this and tell me where this asshole is not saying that you, as an American citizen, are defenseless if the government comes for you because you are not part of a militia. The militia is the military. You have no right to stand against your government. And even though our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence, where he does say it's not in the Constitution. No, you son of a bitch. It's in the Declaration of Independence. Okay, that declaration was an actual declaration of war, but it gave the foundation of what the citizens of this country are to expect and their duties to themselves.
There are more than 50,000 gun dealer licensees in America, more than 6,000 pawnbroker licensees, and more than 20,000 manufacturer licensees who each have the right to directly sell from their unique physical locations. And that does add up to more than the various fast food outlets and so on that we identified. But we'll submit for the record the exact arithmetic. I'm glad that you at least implicitly seem to agree that if true, this is a shocking statistic that there are that many gun violence dealers in the country. In 2022, shocking levels of gun violence caused Congress to come together after decades of inaction to pass the first major piece of gun safety legislation in 28 years. Ever since President Biden signed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act into law, and with the efforts of the ATF, we've made substantial gains in reversing the gun violence epidemic. We ended 2024 with a 25% drop in nationwide homicides compared to 2022. And of course, firearms are involved in more than 80% of murders in the country. According to the Office of Gun Violence Prevention's one-year progress report in September of last year, more than 600 defendants had been charged under our new gun trafficking and straw purchasing laws, and 900 firearm transfers to people under the age of 21 were prevented by enhanced background checks. The key point is that this law and other Biden administration regulations saved thousands of lives, contributing to 3,500 fewer murders between 2023 and 2024 without ever once infringing on the Second Amendment. And we know this because the Supreme Court never invalidated any part of the Bipartisan Safe Communities Act or any other Biden administration gun safety rule as a violation of the Second Amendment. On the contrary, they've all been deemed to be constitutional. Yet our colleagues continue to insist that common sense gun safety laws of this type violate the Second Amendment. But the Second Amendment doesn't protect the right of access to a firearm without a violent criminal background check, or the right to purchase machine guns or military-style assault weapons. The Supreme Court, including in the DC versus Heller decision, has repeatedly stated that reasonable regulations of firearms to protect public safety are consistent with the Second Amendment. But our colleagues want to preempt state and local law and force Americans to accept more dangerous weapons in their community, all under the guise of protecting the Second Amendment. I challenge my colleagues to explain how any of the Biden administration reforms actually violate the Second Amendment, because no court ever said they did. The problem is that some of our colleagues have completely deformed and misstated what the Second Amendment stands for. Their now infamous insurrectionist theory says that the Second Amendment gives you the right to overthrow the government. Our former colleague Matt Gaetz said the Second Amendment, quote, is about maintaining within the citizenry the ability to maintain an armed rebellion against the government if that becomes necessary. This purported right to overthrow the government means that the people must enjoy access to munitions equivalent to that of the arsenal possessed by the government. As my friend Representative Chip Roy says, the Second Amendment was, quote, designed purposefully to empower the people to resist the force of tyranny used against them. And my friend Lauren Boebert says that the Second Amendment, quote, has nothing to do with hunting unless you're talking about hunting tyrants, maybe. Despite all of this pseudo-revolutionary rhetoric about how the Constitution provides a right of civil insurrection, the actual Constitution, in a half dozen different places, treats insurrection and rebellion not as protected rights, but as serious and dangerous offenses against our government and against our people. Article 1 gives Congress the power to call forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. The Republican Guarantee Clause in Article 4 tells the U.S. to guarantee a Republican form of government to the states and protect them, quote, against domestic violence. These provisions followed Shays' Rebellion, an armed uprising in Massachusetts in the 1780s, which the founders strongly condemned and which influenced the writing of the Constitution. The Constitution thoroughly rejects the right-wing fantasy that random bands of disgruntled citizens can claim the powers of a militia to commit violent acts against the police. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 16 reserves, quote, to the states
Wait, you saying BLM was illegal?
The appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. This intergovernmental cooperation is how we come to have what the Second Amendment calls for in its first clause, a well-regulated militia. This means well-regulated by the government, as the Supreme Court has repeatedly said. The Proud Boys and Oath Keepers are not a militia. A private militia is a contradiction in terms. In 1886, the Supreme Court upheld a state law criminalizing private paramilitary groups, and every state and union today bans private militias. A militia is not the reserve power of the people to attack the government. On the contrary, it is the instrument by which the federal and state governments can suppress violent insurrections against the government. Now, today, when I point out these problems with their theory to my distinguished colleagues, they generally fall back on two responses. One is they will quote Patrick Henry, who said, "Give me liberty or give me death," which is great because that was a great bumper sticker in the 18th century. But Patrick Henry was an anti-federalist who opposed the ratification of the Constitution. So that's like quoting speeches by Jefferson Davis to settle the meaning of the 14th Amendment. They also invoke more plausibly the American Revolution and the Declaration of Independence for the idea that after a long train of abuses and usurpations, an aggrieved people have the right to alter or abolish the bonds holding them to a tyrannical government. Now that's true, of course, but it's irrelevant because the revolutionaries undoubtedly asserted their right not as a right under the British Constitution or the Magna Carta, but as a matter of natural right to overthrow a tyrannical government. That's very different from saying the Constitution itself guarantees the right to have the means to overthrow the government. If you think that the 2020 presidential election, for example, which Joe Biden won by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232, is an exercise of tyranny akin to King George's tyranny against the colonists, by all means, you can come down and beat up our police officers and try to overthrow the government. But if we catch you and we stop you, we will prosecute you under the full force of the law and put you in jail, at least until the next president decides to pardon the people
But
who've done
that's
that.
the game
Look,
we play,
this
Raskin.
fraudulent constitutional philosophy of insurrectionism is exacting a brutal toll on the American people and our social contract by blockading perfectly reasonable and constitutional gun safety measures that are saving lives in America. The whole purpose of the social contract is to make ourselves safer than we would be in a lawless state of nature, which Hobbes described as a state of war. And yet, the insurrectionist caucus has brought us gruesome episodes of high-tech military-style violence everywhere in America, from Walmarts to grocery stores to elementary school classrooms. It's time to reassert the real primacy of the Constitution and its real meaning. Thank you. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I didn't know you were going to make it to the yield part. Thank
Y'all heard that. This motherfucker thinks you have no goddamn right to defend yourself from the government. And if your government goes way too far, well, bitch, you must bend over and take it in the ass. Because that militia is anything that they deem. That militia is their military. That militia is never going to be you. So we need to take your guns from you. That's your Democratic Party, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. The Nazis did the same thing.
you, Mr. Raskin. I would just, since you invoked me directly, I'll respond directly. You said implicit in my statement was that I was shocked at the number of retail gun dealers. I am not shocked by that. It is a legal enterprise. I still question the data that you have, and I would refer you to a couple things. Just Vanderstock v. Garland, the Fifth Circuit case, as well as Heller, McDonald, and Bruin, which contradict. You were essentially arguing against Heller. So with that, since you invoked my name directly, I feel I had the right to respond. And so now,
well, why would you bother to contradict the data if you're proud of that fact?
So now.
He didn't contradict the data. He contradicted the fact that you said he was shocked about it.
What we're going to do is we're going to swear in the witnesses. So, and I would just say this too, without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. And now we'll introduce today's witnesses before we swear them in. Mr. Doug Ritter is the founder and chairman of Knife Rights, a non.
Oh, wait. Let me get the poll going real quick. You know what it is? I got a new keyboard, so I got to get used to it a bit. All right, let's see. Who do we have here? We've got left to right. Mr. Jackson. Mr. McDermott. We got. I need to open one. Yeah, there we go. Ms. Mueller. And Mr. Ritter. Who is the shill in this self-defense hearing? Who's the one that's going to be there to say the dumbest shit to try to help any kind of real fucking clause saying you have no right to defend yourself? Who is the witness shill in this hearing, ladies and gentlemen? I'll leave it up till all four opening statements have been done, and we hear the opening questions.
Nonprofit organization that advocates on behalf of knife owners. Formed in 2006, Knife Rights advocates at the federal, state, and local levels and engages in litigation to challenge unduly restrictive laws pertaining to the possession and ownership of knives. Ms. Diana Muller is the founder of Women for Gun Rights, a nonprofit organization that advocates for gun rights, education, firearm safety, and violence prevention. She's a retired police officer, having served 22 years with the Tulsa, Oklahoma Police Department. Mr. Dave McDermott is the founding partner of the McDermott Law Group, a firm that specializes in criminal defense and personal injury cases. He's litigated criminal justice cases for more than 27 years and specializes in self-defense cases. Mr. Gregory Jackson is the former deputy director of the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. He's a community organizer, advocate, and campaign strategist. We welcome all of you today. We appreciate your time coming and sharing your expertise with us. We look forward to hearing from you today. We're now going to ask you to be sworn in. So if you please stand and raise your right hand. Do you, each of you, swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated, and the record will reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. I want you to know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask you to summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. And what that means is about 15 seconds before, I'll just give a couple of raps so you know that it's time to wrap it up. And then once you hit the 5 minutes,
I'm just over here looking at the poll.
I'll hit it a little harder so you know that you're approaching filibuster territory. And then at some point, I'll just have to interrupt. And I'll try not to interrupt because we do want to hear what you have to say. Our first witness today is going to testify as Mr. Ritter. You may begin.
Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify about the Knife Owners Protection Act, or COPA. This bill is common sense criminal justice reform that would protect law-abiding knife owners when they are traveling throughout the U.S., despite whether they are traveling through states or localities with restrictive knife laws. Please indulge me for a moment for a hypothetical. Imagine a chef is driving across the U.S. to cook at guest appearances, perhaps from or in your own districts. The chef has numerous knives in his vehicle, that many of which may exceed some arbitrary local length limitation. Now imagine the chef is stopped by the police for, I don't know, a broken taillight, and the police officer asks, "Do you have any weapons in the vehicle?" The chef, being the responsible citizen that he is, discloses that although he doesn't consider them weapons, he has knives in his vehicle. This simple scenario could result in the chef being arrested and charged. It could result in severe consequences for the chef and in turn for his family. COPA would protect our chef from unnecessary encounters with the police, which too often end in tragedy. This bill is the right policy for everyone. It levels the playing field for all. This is why knife law reform measures have received bipartisan support in many states. Under COPA, if possession of the knife is legal, where the journey starts and ends, and the knife is locked up in accordance with COPA, a knife owner would no longer be threatened with arrest simply for traveling from one place to another, even if they have to pass through a jurisdiction where the knife is illegal. Currently, those who travel across the country with knives for work and recreation are subject to arrest and prosecution under a very confusing patchwork of inconsistent state and local laws and regulations. What is perfectly legal in one place may be a serious crime just over the border of that jurisdiction and can carry significant penalties, including jail time. Moreover, enforcement is not uniform even within jurisdictions. In response to this problem, over the past 16 years, 51 criminal justice reform bills have been enacted in 32 states to repeal bans on various knives that are possessed for work and recreation, and most have had bipartisan support. In fact, the knife reform legislation has been passed in 7 of the 10 states represented on this committee, 5 of them with bipartisan support: Georgia, New York, Tennessee, Texas, and Wisconsin. Other states already do not ban knives of any sort, yet some states and many other localities still have knife bans on the books. Virtually all of the existing knife bans were instituted against the background of racial bias after the Civil War in the late 1950s. We also know all too well that minorities and the economically disadvantaged are too often inappropriately stopped by law enforcement, sometimes with tragic consequences. This bill simply ensures that owners with their knives locked up in accordance with this proposed law are protected and not subject to unjust prosecution for possessing a knife that is legal in the vast majority of the states. Knives are one of humankind's oldest tools possessed and carried by hundreds of millions. They are carried daily by law-abiding laborers, truck drivers, campers, hikers, sportsmen, and sportswomen, and many others as they travel this great nation. COPA would simply provide safe harbor to someone traveling with knives where it is lawful for the knives to be possessed at both points of origin and destination, so long as the knives are transported in accordance with the specific requirements that keep them inaccessible during the intervening travel. These knives will not be a threat to anyone since they are required to be locked up. This bill cannot be used to protect bad actors. If someone transports a knife with the intent to commit an offense that is punishable by imprisonment for more than 1 year, that person cannot be protected by this law. Also, COPA does not override TSA regulations. I strongly urge everyone on this committee, Republican and Democrat alike, to support COPA. This is not a partisan bill. It is a balanced solution to the difficult patchwork of knife laws throughout the United States. COPA is a criminal justice reform bill that protects innocent knife owners while ensuring bad actors are not shielded. I look forward to answering any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. And now we'll recognize Mr. Jackson for his.
That is Mr. Ritter, and at this point right now, he has absolutely no votes. Now we're moving on to Mr. Jackson, who's got 67% of the votes. Let's see if the early voters called it right or not.
His 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and members of the committee for inviting me to be a part of this important hearing. I'm Greg Jackson, the former Deputy Director for the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention that led our country to a 25% reduction in homicides during the Biden-Harris administration. I spent the last decade of my life working to address gun violence from across the country, from teens lost in shootings at festivals in Baltimore to bowlers in Lewiston. It is crystal clear that gun violence is shattering communities across our country and stealing from America what President Jefferson acknowledges our natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As someone raised on a farm in rural Virginia, some of my earliest memories were hunting with my father and celebrating the rich heritage of his first rifle, a Winchester Ranger shotgun, as he handed it down to me. But in 2013, my life changed forever when I was caught in the crossfire when walking home in Washington, D.C., and the bullet that struck me left me within 50% of dying that night, and one of the hardest nights of my life by far. But since I was shot, more than 1 million Americans have been shot or killed by this crisis. Students in elementary schools, worshipers in churches, senior citizens in grocery stores, and even fans at Super Bowl parades. You know, every year over 140,000 Americans are shot, and that's equivalent to double the crowd of the Super Bowl. That's equivalent to our entire active duty for the U.S. Marine Corps being shot every single year. And this is now the leading cause of death for youth in America, and also a leading cause of death for pregnant women in America, and now a leading cause of newly disabled Americans. And during the height of the pandemic, gun deaths surged, increasing homicides by 45%, and even gun suicides by nearly 10%. And as the nation mourned in 2022 when mass shootings struck in Buffalo and Uvalde, activists like myself and those sitting behind me demanded action. And we saw Democrats and Republicans step up and work together to pass the first law in 30 years, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. This bill took important steps to advancing our background check system, making gun trafficking a federal offense, and prohibiting gun purchases from domestic abusers. It also invested $15 billion, which created the largest investment in youth mental health, adding 14,000 school-based mental health professionals to our schools, creating the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, and also provided historic investments in law enforcement and community-based violence intervention programs across our country. And after signing this law, President Biden created our office to implement this law, to expand partnerships, to improve services for those impacted, but also to identify new ideas. And when we saw things like 76% of school shootings coming from guns in the home, we worked with the Department of Education to launch the first ever school-based safe storage campaign. When we saw, Glock switches terrorizing communities in places like Birmingham, we worked with ATF to shut down over 350 websites that were selling these Glock switches to Americans from China. And we took innovative approaches to address this crisis within the bounds of the law and the Second Amendment. But most importantly, our actions saved lives. In 2023, we saw a 12% decline in homicides. And in 2024, we surpassed those reductions, bringing down homicides by 14% and a 10% reduction in violent crimes. And these reductions were actually steepest in major cities that had tough gun laws and had strong leaders resourcing law enforcement and community-based strategies. Boston went down 80%. Greensboro down 41%. Milwaukee down 42%. Philadelphia down 36%. Baltimore down 22%. The state of Arizona down 50%, the steepest decline in that state's history. And even places like Miami saw the lowest number of homicides since the 1950s. There's no accident. This is no accident when we see these numbers. This is a direct result of strong gun laws and strong investments in strategies that we know work and can save lives. And frankly, I'll close with this. I mean, these percentages and data, I think for so many people, you hear them and you see them as numbers, but we know there's more than numbers. In 2023, I lost my mentee, DeMarcos. He was literally on his front porch after basketball practice and was shot and killed as a bystander. I mean, you literally sit next to a strong leader and champion, Congressman McBath, who lost her son to a fatal but preventable shooting. And we know that with every number and every life we save, that's one more family that gets to go to a wedding instead of a funeral, that gets to attend a baby shower instead of walking to a hospital to decide if their loved one has been lost. And so we stand proudly by this work. We know that these gun laws and these resources, they save lives, they make our family safer, they make your family safer, and they make America safer. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to recognize Mr. McDermott for his 5 minutes.
All right, that was Mr. Jackson. 67% of the vote. This is Mr. McDermott. Mr. McDermott. He's got 0.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and distinguished members of the Doge Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you to share my experiences as a leading self-defense attorney in this country. My name is David McDermott. I've been a private criminal defense attorney for 27 years. I'm the founding partner of McDermott Law Group, which is also referred to as Not Your Typical Attorneys. For the past 10 years, I've focused on a niche area of defending people after they've had to defend themselves. I refer to these cases as self-defense cases, although the prosecutor's office refers to them as murder cases, attempt murder cases, or a host of other cases stemming from criminal charges. I provided legal representation to hundreds of people throughout the country, both before and after they've been involved in self-defense incident. And you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody that's litigated more of these cases. I have appeared on or in multiple news channels, podcasts, magazines, radio shows, and newspapers to discuss these cases and answer questions on self-defense laws. I've given countless lectures in front of thousands of people in multiple states throughout the country on the issue of self-defense, and I've garnered a nationwide reputation for consistently securing not guilty verdicts after asserting self-defense on behalf of my clients. A good number of people that I've represented in this matter are U.S. Concealed Carry Association members, also known as the USCCA. USCCA is one of the largest and fastest growing organizations dedicated to educating and training responsible gun owners. I'm a proud member of the USCCA and one of the critical response attorneys for over 860,000 members nationwide. Training and education are paramount to being a responsible gun owner, and in my opinion, nobody does this better than the USCCA. This type of exposure and knowledge helps to navigate through these stressful and highly intense situations to better understand what people should and shouldn't do, and where necessary, to save lives in the process. I'm incredibly passionate about what I do for a couple reasons. First, I believe in what I do. I believe in a person's constitutional right to defend him or herself as well as others. Second, I was a victim of a random act of violence, which also allows me to personally relate to the fear my clients describe when they find themselves involved in these situations. At the age of 17, I was walking with my then girlfriend, now wife, Dana, one of my sisters and new friends, when a large group of gang members ran over to us. As they grabbed the hat off the head of one of my friends, I quickly turned to my sister and Dana and told them to run. I was certain we were about to be attacked. As soon as I could say this, though, I was hit very hard in the head with a blunt object. I immediately went down to my knees as I was beaten repeatedly with a lead pipe and a baseball bat. Dana and my sister were held at gunpoint as these gangbangers continued to beat me bloody. As luck would have it, a police officer happened to drive by in the parking lot next to where this was happening, and the gang members quickly dispersed. Nobody wakes up and says, I hope today's the day where I get attacked, and I wonder if I'm going to die. Unfortunately, these acts of random violence happen more than we want to believe. We often see or hear about these incidents in the news when we turn on the TV or the radio. With such a focus and emphasis on violent crimes, it comes as little surprise that more and more people have decided to purchase firearms to defend themselves. Unfortunately, many people find themselves in situations where they're forced to defend themselves and then being criminally charged after doing so. My firm has had 5 self-defense jury trials set this month alone. The first of these trials was scheduled to start yesterday, but as luck would have it, we were able to convince the prosecutor to dismiss the case against our client. I have no shortage of exposure to these types of cases, which is why I'm excited to be in front of you, to share some perspective as to what happens after someone has been involved in a self-defense shooting. I often say this with self-defense shooting cases. You can go from being a victim of the aggressor to being a victim of the system as quickly as you pull the trigger. Our system is flawed when it comes to self-defense, as there's a lot of ignorance when it comes to this topic. The fact that we lack uniformity in our nation's laws is a significant contributing factor. For example, if you're being attacked and you reasonably believe you're about to receive great bodily harm or death, some states require you to attempt to run or flee from your attacker before using lethal force to defend yourself, while others allow you to stand your ground. Whether and how you can defend yourself shouldn't come down to what state you're in. Everyone should have the right to defend themselves in the same way. The disparity between these different rules of engagement concerning self-defense has caused a lot of confusion. From my personal experience, this confusion is not merely confined to people outside the legal profession, but people in the legal profession as well. I've seen attorneys, criminal defense attorneys, prosecuting attorneys, and even judges that have been mistaken about the self-defense laws of the jurisdiction in which they practice. If this isn't bad enough, there's such a negative stigma concerning firearms in this country. Many people believe that all firearms are bad, some even going so far as to believe that people that own firearms are bad as well. Many believe that they shouldn't be able to carry or to defend themselves with firearms. Some of these people that share these beliefs are judges. Others are potential jurors. Imagine being the victim of a violent attack, being robbed, being carjacked. Imagine you reasonably believe you're about to receive great bodily harm or death. Imagine that the only way to stop this threat is to shoot the attacker. Imagine protecting yourself under these circumstances. Now imagine a legal system that is divided in terms
What's
of how it
up, Ike
perceives this
girl?
incident. A system
I
that
ain't seen
regards
you
you
in a
as a
minute.
criminal after defending yourself. A system that arrests you. A system that criminally charges you. A system where attorneys and or judges don't always apply the correct law. A system where you are being prejudged merely because you own a firearm and or because you chose to protect yourself with that firearm. This is not the system we want for the people of the United States. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Now we recognize.
That was actually McDermott again. 0 votes on that. I'm impressed. His story was actually a big one back in the day. I do remember that shit because he got beat brutally. I remember that.
Recognize Ms. Mueller for her 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Biggs and Ranking Member
29% of the vote.
Raskins. I'm Diana Mueller. I'm a 22-year retired police officer from Tulsa Police Department. I'm a national and world champion shooter and a founder of Women for Gun Rights, a nonpartisan organization dedicated to safeguarding the Second Amendment. It's an honor to represent the countless women who have experienced unthinkable tragedy and crime like murder, rape, domestic violence, and stalking. Their stories are absolutely horrifying, but underscore the importance of our organization and the desire of citizens to protect themselves and their families. Everyone in this room, Democrat and Republican, red shirt or teal shirt, we all have the same goal. We all want to be safe. Women for Gun Rights believes that education is the key to firearm safety and violence prevention. Women are the fastest growing group of gun owners in our nation, and for good reason. We are smaller and less equipped for violence, and firearms level the playing field in an attack from a larger, faster assailant. Women are choosing to carry to protect a life, not to take a life. I applaud the majority for having this hearing, highlighting the positive attributes of guns and gun ownership and welcoming input from people with experience with firearms, with training, and with violence. With 22 years of work in the police work, I can tell you that you are your own first responder. On February 22nd of 2024, Laken Riley went for a jog in broad daylight on a campus in a nice area. She was physically fit, she's brilliant, she's beautiful, but she had no idea the evil she would meet that day. She fought for 18 minutes to save her life. I've been in fights, and 2 minutes is a long time. She fought for 18. She was her own first responder, but she didn't have the tools to come out a victor. One of our best tools is our mind, and how we prepare that is critical for survival. Words have power, and each of you have influence in your communities. If you are telling women that they cannot protect themselves, or that she's more likely to have a gun taken from her and used against her, you're creating a victim. Women for Gun Rights is intent on empowering women and creating victors, not victims. Stop telling women they can't. They can. For example, one of our delegates from New Mexico was asleep in bed. Middle of the night, a serial rapist let out early, broke into her home, attacked her in bed. He had a firearm. She fought him, gained control of his firearm, and shot him 3 times and ran out of the house. The gun that was intended to harm her saved her life. On the other hand, you have Amanda. She was prepared. She had a concealed carry permit. She was a self-defense person, and she parked next to the campus police station. But one night, going to her car, a violent attack happened. He raped her. Not only did he rape her, he went on to kidnap, rape, and kill his 3rd victim. He's in prison now, but Amanda is confident if she had
Blue
not
hats
been
have been
legislated
here,
out of
though.
the opportunity to protect herself, her story and the other girl's story would have come out differently. The law, the common sense law that was supposed to protect her, was the law that made her a victim and caused her pain and another to lose her life. I implore you, stop working against women and start empowering them. If you want to save lives, I respectfully request that this body fund training for our citizens, especially women, to learn how to avoid conflict and survive an attack with any tool she deems fit for the job. It's her body, it's her choice, right? I'll close with this. The Second Amendment and self-defense, for that matter, should not be a partisan issue, but it seems like the Democrats have coalesced against it. I, for one, am encouraged by the efforts of this Congress and this administration to restore our constitutionally protected freedoms and make guns great again.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes.
All right, that was Ms. Mueller. We're going to go ahead and leave that poll going right there. Ms. Mueller. Ms. Mueller got 29% of the votes. 2 people called it wrong. I'm just going to leave it going a little bit longer for anybody else that wants to hit up the poll now after the opening statements. We're going to go 1 round of questioning before I close out the poll.
Recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDermott, I take it you're from Chicago in the Windy City, right?
That's correct.
Tell us everything. So I'm just north of you in Wisconsin. Everything I understand is that you have some of the toughest gun laws in the country in the city of Chicago.
In certain respects, but we also have the right to stand your ground. So yes, we have tough gun laws, but when it comes to self-defense, we do have the right to stand your ground, although most people don't know that.
Have those tough gun laws made Chicago safer?
Not in my opinion, not at all. Unfortunately, there are, as I'm sure you know, approximately 120 firearms in this country for every 100 citizens. A lot of those firearms are in Chicago. There was a period of time where the vast majority during COVID were being purchased out of Illinois. So we have a tremendous amount of firearms that are being purchased to combat the firearms that are already in existence there. More and more people are being attacked violently in Chicago. More and more people are in serious fear of being attacked by those individuals, and they're trying to, as best as possible, arm themselves against the situation.
And yet those tough gun laws have not reversed that trend. Is that correct?
Not in any way.
But crime's going down according to Brandon. I mean, he said it on it might have been the same day or the next day or something like that. It was the Sanctuary City. No, that was Wednesday. Sanctuary City one was Wednesday. So he said that the next fucking day. He said crime was going down under his watch.
Right. Ms. Mueller, do gun-free zones work? We see gun-free zones. You see the signs regularly. Schools, other places like that. Do gun-free zones work?
No, sir, they do not. They are actually the opposite of what they are intended to do. When you see a gun-free zone, 94% of mass public shootings happen in gun-free zones. They are killers. They empower criminals to come after people and basically shoot people in a barrel, shoot fish in a barrel.
Yeah.
They are killers.
Yeah, so I've had a couple of school administrators say to me that just give us the option to be able to not put that sign, gun-free zone, on the front of our school, and it actually would make it safer. Do you agree with those school administrators?
I absolutely agree. I believe that if you put the sign that said that there were people armed in there and people weren't actually armed, that would make your school safer.
I want to talk to you a little bit about you and the final page of the testimony that I saw from you in regards to mental health. I really find it very interesting where you get into psychotropic drugs and things like that, and how much we give this to people. And in particular, I'm concerned about the amount of psychotropic drugs that are given to boys in like 6, 7 years of age in kindergarten, first grade, to control their behavior. And I believe it's rewired.
I mean, primates will do that. They'll attack for no reason. I mean, just our act of smiling because you look at a monkey and you're just like, hey, look, there's a cute little monkey. You are showing your teeth to that animal. And to that animal, that is aggression. Now, they're not attacking just because, but they could attack because they feel threatened by you. Well, you felt like it was, hey, look, I'm happy I get to see a monkey. That monkey sees, I'm about to fuck you up. Kind of a good point to make, honestly. But yeah.
Their brains. Now, I don't have scientific evidence of that, but I think we should be doing some research in regards to it. Tell us what you think are some solutions for that could be helpful to prevent
That is true.
some of these shootings that happen as a result
For
of
the most
mental
part.
health breakdowns.
That's a great question. I do, and I'm not a doctor, and that is a deep, deep well that you just dove into. But I do know that when you tell me that there are black box warning labels and that it causes homicidal and suicidal tendencies, that's pretty much a no-brainer as to why don't we look and do some studies as to how these drugs are affecting our kids and even our adults. So I would like research in that area.
Do you, have you not found much research? Because I haven't either, and it seems to me it's something that there should be, you think about the National Institute of Health and how they've squirreled or I can't use that term here at the dais, how they've wasted money.
I mean, that's
the
what we
American
just got
taxpayers'
into.
money. It seems like something like this would be a really good research project, especially at some leading universities.
Michael, you have no idea how much is a friendly gesture as a human being, how we perceive to be a friendly gesture is actually showing aggression against primates. You have no idea, dude. Like even your hand, the hand thing that you see, have you ever seen that movie? Oh God, what was it? Planet of the Apes, the hand thing that they did, that kind of thing. That is an actual thing that they do. There is a classification of chimpanzees that do that. It's like asking for permission. But if you come at it sideways, like we do, to shake somebody's hand, that's a sign of aggression, like you are attacking. Hand up or hand down, and you're good. Hand down, you're saying submit, though. Hand up, you're saying, do I have permission? But just a single gesture that we would see, like I said, the smiling, showing your teeth to a chimpanzee is a sign of aggression. But you smiled because you're like, hey, I'm glad to see you. I like monkeys, chimpanzees. Look at them. Look at them. Yeah. That's aggression.
Universities around America. I mean, isn't there much more research that needs to be done?
Well, and I'm glad that you brought that up because just like it seems like there's one-sided research in several different areas, not only in the mental health and how it affects guns, but also just the gun-related deal. Because the CDC did do a study in 2013, and the numbers that the saves, that's what's missing from this conversation, is that the number of 48,000 deaths annually from firearms-related causes is a horrible number. But you guys are leaving out the conversation, the number of saves. That study I think it said 3 million, up to 3 million saves annually. And if we're going to look at apples and apples, yes, 45,000 deaths is terrible. But when you compare that to the 3 million that it saved, we should be having that conversation as well. It's disingenuous.
Yeah, thank you in regards to that.
And it's scrubbed from the
and-
CDC.
and
It's
Mr.
no longer there.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I think that we should be following up with the administration to try to get better research in regards to this and get more comprehensive research. I want to ask one other question for Mr. Ritter. Give us some context of these crime statistics that we've just been hearing from the other side. Hasn't crime been going down for a few decades, had a spike in 2020, and now is coming back down? Could you give us some context?
Gentleman's time has expired, but we'll allow the witness to answer.
So these statistics primarily deal with a broad range of weapons. And my concern is knives. We certainly see that crimes committed with knives have remained somewhat steady over the years if you look at the FBI statistics. And we know that the majority of those crimes are committed with chef's knives. So if you want to ban knives, maybe take everyone's chef's knives away.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the ranking member, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I ask my questions, I just want to say in reference to
That
what
was
Mr.
hard to wrap
McDermott
my mind
said
around
is absolutely the truth. It's
as
correct.
how
The
that
guns
would have
coming
made
into
sense.
Illinois, we know specifically are trafficked from outside that state, as that's happening all around the country. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention made demonstrable improvement in reducing gun violence in America. In its first days in office, the Trump administration eliminated the office, threatening the progress that we've made in gun violence. Mr. Jackson, my questions are for you. If you can be succinct, because I have a number of questions for you. The Trump White House shuttered the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. What work won't happen as a result of that?
Well, there's no longer a team that's focused every day on getting the resources to life-saving strategies. We talked about domestic violence, but one of our jobs was pushing over $450 million to states to help them implement strategies to remove firearms from domestic abusers. But now, without our office there to oversee the dollars getting to the communities needed, implementing and expediting laws or executive actions, frankly, processes will be slowed and unfortunately lives will be lost.
Please tell us how state and local governments have taken up the mantle of the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the results that we saw federally, when we started the administration, there was only one statewide Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Now there's 14. There were only 20 at the city level. Now there's 140.
That's a
and
different.
across the country,
That's a different
watching
argument
cities and
altogether, Ice
states
Girl.
think about how do they prevent violence, looking at an all-of-government approach to not only keep guns out of the hands of those who are most at risk or most vulnerable, but how do we invest in mental health, behavioral health, community violence intervention, crime gun intelligence, law enforcement to reduce violence.
Some Republicans are attempting to defund federal law enforcement, including the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the
What up, Lenny?
ATF. How important is the ATF to state and local law enforcement's efforts to solve violent crime and protect our communities?
When we traveled the country, we heard firsthand from local law enforcement how important ATF is. There are real limitations to what local law enforcement can do. And we looked at, for example, ATF prosecuted over 680 gun traffickers. Like Mr. McDermott said, guns that are moving from one state into another, ATF is the team that can prosecute and get those criminals off the streets.
So you're telling me that authority granted to the ATF couldn't be done by any other law enforcement branch? Is that what you're saying to me? You're telling me that as bad as it sounds, you're telling me that the FBI couldn't do it? You're telling me that of course, CIA? You're telling me that what is that? Not NSA. There's another one. You're telling me the IRS, who is now fucking armed, even though that's coming out of that shit. You're telling me they couldn't do it? I mean, they're all law enforcement in some way, shape, or form, right? Only the ATF has the ability to do that. there's no point in the ATF, and we all know it.
Also made sure that 4,600 domestic abusers were prohibited from getting firearms, and made sure they didn't purchase firearms through the enhanced background check system. So the ATF is crucial to look at how guns are moving across states and causing harm, but also looking upstream at how do we hold traffickers, gun dealers, and the manufacturers accountable.
Thank you. And everyone is affected by gun violence. Have rural communities been receptive to these CBI programs?
Rural communities have heavily embraced our work, and frankly, we think about gun violence, it's homicides and suicides are such a devastating part of this problem. But we know that suicides are most intensely impacting older white males in rural America. And that's why our office partnered with the Department of Veterans Affairs, even connected with the Department of Agriculture. Think about how do we educate our older Americans about lethal means and safe storage, but also start to empower families on how they can leverage tools like extreme risk protection orders to ensure that their elder family members are safe even in those moments of crisis.
So what more should we be doing to support state and local law enforcement?
I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson, but the elderly either already know or they'll never learn about it. The ones that do know will be able to defend themselves. The ones that don't, they're the elderly. It is your job to defend them. What the fuck?
Well, we have to continue to invest and resource them. And we had a roundtable with President Biden with police chiefs from across the country. And the number one thing that they said supported their work was having true community partners. And that's where investments in community violence intervention and victim services played a huge role in ensuring that it's not just law enforcement trying to solve this problem, that we have health departments and doctors and community organizations and schools and principals all equipped with tools and resources to prevent violence before it happens. So we have to keep building on that. We have to strengthen the full ecosystem that's working together to keep our communities safe. And we can do that by passing the Office of Gun Violence Act that will create an office beyond the White House, but also just protecting those important investments through the appropriations process.
There's been
Take
so
it
much
easy, Jennifer.
success, but we also have so much more to do, and we have to keep going. We have to continue to make sure that we're keeping all of our communities safe. I myself, having been exposed to gun violence directly, I care about everyone's community. I don't care what side of the aisle we sit on. We have to keep our communities safe. I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by Alicia.
Ma'am, you sound drunk as shit right now.
Ibaraji, entitled "More Than Half of U.S. Teachers Think Being Armed Would Make Students Less Safe," reports findings, published by CNN on May 21st.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the witnesses being here today in attendance. Ms. Mueller, are you familiar with the ATF's zero tolerance policy that was implemented by Biden's ATF?
I have heard of it.
What are some of the consequences of taking these aggressive enforcement actions, do you think?
Well, I'll begin with, I'm a professional shooter. I'm not an FFL, but what I do understand, and I hear from people who are FFLs, is that the Biden administration and the way they went to, it wasn't a partnership anymore. It was more of an adversarial relationship, and therefore it really hurt the relationship between the FFLs and the ATF. So I think it was a mistake, and not really going after the right target.
Yeah, I mean, they're usually our front lines, right? I mean, they're keeping prohibited buyers off of the purchasing rolls, if you will. So I would think working with the ATF would be beneficial, but often I think it looked like it was adversarial, and some of the FFLs were targeted in many ways, I think, by the ATF. So it was counterproductive, really what they were intended to do and what they should have been doing. Maybe it's two different things, and I think it sends a wrong message a lot of times. So tell me, I've got a wife and two daughters. They're both concealed carry. Tell me how being able to carry a firearm really, it levels the playing field for our female folks who are on the streets in dangerous situations. Tell us a little bit about that. How does that help?
It really does level the playing field and give us a chance I believe that the people that advocate for gun control are doing it with good intentions. But they're doing it from a
You're not
place of
going to use it
privilege.
if you know
don't
there's more
think that you
barrels
need the
coming
Second
back at you.
Amendment, and you don't think that you need to carry a firearm or have training or have self-defense as a defense, then you're coming from a place of privilege. You're not living in a community that is plagued with violence. You're not living in a community that needs to have that kind of security. So I would check your privilege and say that the Second Amendment is what gives everyone the right to be safe.
And I would agree with that. I think very often, you know, the left in the country wants to disarm its citizens. And then at the same time, they often, you know, call for defunding the police. And you put those citizens in a tough spot because you don't want them armed to defend themselves. And in many cases, the DAs and AGs in those communities were turning criminals loose with a slap on the wrist, basically, sometimes just cash bail. And so I think it puts those folks in those communities in grave danger. Mr. McDermott, I know this Memorial Day weekend in Chicago, you said there was actually the statistics where 34 were shot, 8 were killed, and the youngest was a 20-year-old. And you said in Chicago, we're seeing more and more gun purchases, but why are we seeing that? What's going on?
Well, quite frankly, the reason we're seeing more people purchasing firearms is because there's such an emphasis on defunding the police. There's so many different rules and regulations put in place to restrict what police can and can't do. With respect to, for example, carjackings, which are a very significant crime in Chicago, they're very, very often being taking place. And we are now saying the police can't, or not just now, but we've been saying police can't pursue these vehicles after a certain speed. There's no way for people to be able to protect themselves, there's no way for people to really feel a particular comfort in the police being able to protect them from these types of dangers. They're seeing it. It's constantly on the news. It's constantly in their face, and more people are purchasing firearms to be able to defend themselves. And I think a big issue here, a lot of people direct the issue towards guns. There's not an issue with guns. The issue is with criminals, and we continue to empower criminals on a daily basis. We continue to write laws that help criminals to get away with more crime and to disable at the same time those law-abiding citizens that are being put in a position where they're forced to defend themselves.
Yep.
Great. Well, that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes the gentleman, the ranking member of the entire committee from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Jackson, guns are the leading cause of death for young people in America. Guns are, I learned from you, that the leading cause of death for pregnant women in America. They are the leading cause of disabilities for newly disabled people. I learned from you. I know that the U.S. Has more firearms than people, and I know that.
Come on.
I know that we've got a firearm homicide rate 25 times higher than other comparable wealthy countries. Now, I hear the argument that because our society is swimming in firearms, that people need more firearms to defend themselves.
Pretty much what he said, yes.
People have a constitutional right to purchase a handgun to defend themselves, right? Under the Heller versus District of Columbia case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
So people have that right. So it seems to me that the argument that is being advanced is a huge non sequitur. The claim is—
Unless you had an army.
Pushing an open door that people have a right to a gun to defend themselves if that's how they choose to defend themselves. And therefore, we shouldn't do anything else to try to limit the staggering amount of gun violence in society. Now, you're here to tell us that the Biden administration saw great success. Will you just give us what were the major elements of that success in reducing gun violence?
Right. I mean, just to build on your statement, I mean, if guns made us safer, we would definitely be the safest country in the world, considering how many firearms are in our communities. But we knew that gun violence is about more than just solving a crime. It's about preventing a health crisis. And so we looked at strategies to help victims heal, investing in the Crime Victims Fund, in VOCA, investing in violence intervention programs and law enforcement crime intelligence strategies.
Okay, were any of those things struck down as violative of anybody's Second Amendment rights?
No.
Okay, so why isn't everybody celebrating across the aisle that we actually saved thousands of lives through the things the Biden administration did without violating anybody's Second Amendment rights?
It baffles me because I think we should all have the same goal of saving lives. And we now have a strategy that has been proven for 2 years in a row to save historic lives. And our cities are frankly, I mean, Boston had an 82% reduction. I don't know how we can even debate
82% reduction in
homicide.
gun homicides.
Yes.
So
Because they weren't, they weren't.
can you explain
No. Hold up. They were not reporting until they were forced to. And the numbers after the fact were fucking staggering. They had that reduction because they were not reporting.
this to me? People have a right to a gun to defend themselves. Everybody agrees to that. You never challenged that, did you, in your office?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it that...
I mean, the COVID lockdowns for Australia proved that shit too, Sentinel. I mean, they were beating these dudes in the street just because they were just trying to go outside.
People are taking the position we shouldn't be doing anything to reduce gun violence other than selling more guns.
You know, I think frankly, there's, you know, the gun industry is big business. We talked about there being over, 20,000, 30,000, 25,000 FFLs. And frankly, that may not sound big to some folks, but that's enough to fill Madison
Oh shit,
Square
I forgot
Garden.
the end of the poll,
And
but
there's a lot of profit to be made in selling firearms, but we've seen firsthand that that's not how we prevent violence.
Yeah.
Guns don't make us safe. Preventing violence is what makes us safe, and that's what we proved that has worked.
So the whole
there's a lot that's actually being censored on YouTube. For a while there, you couldn't actually type in the word treason.
point of the social contract, if you read John Locke or Hobbes or Rousseau, anybody who wrote about the social contract, is we'll be safer coming together with laws than we would be if we were just in a state of war, a state of violence against each other. So if we're talking about how to promote self-defense, aren't the laws that you're talking about themselves instruments of self-defense and community safety?
Correct. I mean, I think we should always focus on preventing a conflict in the first place. I mean,
Those
we talked a
were
little about
only the
stand your ground
witnesses.
laws here today, but I'll be upfront with you. If I tried to stand my ground when I was shot, I'd be dead because evading is the number one way to move.
What about there's so many of these spectacular...
I mean, if you're in a large crowded area and somebody starts shooting it up, yeah, evading to fall back to a better fucking position. Protect yourself so you can actually neutralize the threat. When you were shot, yeah, getting the fuck out of there was your best option. How the fuck can that be an argument you make?
Spectacular mass gun shootings at schools and Walmarts and so on, where there were armed guards around, right?
Right.
And there are lots of cases where they just go right through the guards.
And we think about Uvalde, where we had hundreds of law enforcement, where we had Buffalo, where armed folks engaged the shooter and lost. And
that was not what happened in Uvalde, sir. They piled in looking for the guy. Just one or two officers came across the guy. They were shot at. They fell back, stood in a fucking hallway for hours listening to children writhe in pain and being murdered. Then they went outside and stopped everybody from going in, which gave carte blanche for the shooter to do whatever the fuck he wanted. He was ended by an off-duty police officer that was getting his hair done and got a fucking shotgun from his barber. What the fuck are you even trying to invoke Uvalde in this for? They didn't try. They were scared. Even though they overwhelmed the motherfucker, they were scared to do anything and let multiple children and adults die. For 77 minutes, they did nothing.
We have to realize that the way that we can truly save lives is preventing someone from walking onto a campus or approaching senior citizens in a grocery store in the first place.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring to the committee's attention what is the single most radical attack on the Second Amendment that we have seen in a long, long time. It is a bill that was just introduced in the California legislature, AB 1333, the relevant text of which is here behind me. And what this bill seeks to do is to effectively overturn the Castle Doctrine, to say that it is no longer a justifiable form of self-defense to defend a habitation or property. Now, you might say, well, okay, something crazy is being proposed in California.
Okay, so rioters come to your house or a mob comes to your house looking to burn it the fuck down. And you defending yourself and your property is no longer a justifiable force. I mean, wasn't there a story about a mob of people who thought a guy was keeping kids kidnapped in his house? They went there, they mobbed the house, they set it on fire. The fire department came out, put that fire out, and then they came back and set that house on fire again. He pointed a shotgun out the window and the cops took his ass. You're telling me that's no longer justifiable force? By the way, the guy's house that they set on fire, the kids weren't there. There were no kids. They had actually made the shit up and they were like a street or two down the road. Or a street or two away. They made that shit the fuck up just so they could stay out longer. It was a weird fucking story. But anyway.
California, what else is new? But one of the advocacy groups for this measure, in fact, that by all reports
Ruby
seems to have
Ridge,
written
yep.
the measure, has stated that this bill is, quote, a blueprint for the rest of the nation.
Outside
and so
your
I think
house.
it is worth taking very seriously the outrageous.
You'd rather kill a person than stand outside in the cold. Never mind the fact that you could be on a multiple fucking story apartment building. You have a duty to jump out your window before you have a duty to shoot.
Affront to the Second Amendment that this measure represents. Even jurisdictions that have the weakest protections for the Second Amendment and for the right to self-defense
That'd still be murder.
generally upheld
You have to be able to
the
run
Castle
first.
Doctrine. Even states that impose a right to retreat, let's say, when you're confronted with deadly force, still maintain the basic view that your home is your castle and you have the right to defend yourself if there is a home invasion. After all, if you're confronted in your home, where are you supposed to retreat to? I mean, let's just try to get our minds around the absurdity of this idea. You're asleep in your home in the middle of the night. A burglar breaks into your home, is heading to the room where your young children are fast asleep. And what are you supposed to do? You have to affirmatively somehow confirm that this individual is actually posing a risk. This is what I believe the Latin is res ipsa loquitur. The thing speaks for itself. He has just invaded your home in the middle of the night. Of course, he's posing a risk.
Yes.
So what are you supposed to do? You're running through a metal detector, and only then, if it goes off, you have the right to defend yourself and your family and your children? Just think about what the impact, if this is going to be. It will massively tip the scales in favor of the criminal in the case of such a confrontation. It puts the onus on you, the victim, an ordinary citizen minding your own business in your own home, whose home has just been invaded.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think Seamus should get on making a cartoon about that. Just that whole thing. Somebody breaks into this dude's house, and he's like, "Hey, you can come in here if you go through this metal detector, just to make sure, because I can't shoot you unless you do." That would be great for Freedom Tunes.
To somehow meet a set of legal requirements before exercising your inherent right to self-defense. And the criminal, knowing this, will use it to press their advantage. Indeed, more broadly, criminals knowing that homeowners have been rendered defenseless will be much more likely to burglarize homes. And citizens, knowing the legal peril that they might face, will be less likely to take steps to actually defend themselves, which again will incentivize more burglaries. Again, this is a measure that the lead advocacy group called a blueprint for the rest of the nation. So maybe I'll pose this question to Mr. McDermott. Ms. Mueller, if you have any thoughts as well. What do you see as the risk of a measure like this, and how can we assure that we are protecting the Second Amendment rights of folks across the country in the face of these proposals?
Thanks for the question. I think more than anything else, as Ms. Mueller put it, many of these people that are enacting or proposing the enactment of these laws come from a place of privilege. I represent a lot of these people post self-defense incident. It's an entirely different story. It's entirely different when you have to speak on somebody's behalf, defend them in court as to what they did, and something that many people would think makes sense. It was something that was life-sustaining. It was something which was necessary to preserve the lives of their family. Criminals are not restricted in their ability to commit crimes, but yet so many law-abiding citizens are restricted in their ability to defend themselves. And this is another way in which that happens. I think a very serious concern here, and I talked about it in my opening statement, is the fact that we are imposing or suggesting the imposition of additional duty retreat states, duty retreat jurisdictions. And this is very wrong. This is basically coming from a place of, I liken this to Monday morning quarterbacking, where you basically, when I'm litigating these cases in court in real time, and I'm listening to all these different things, and I'm taking this all in, knowing what my client actually went through. And you've got somebody that's sitting in the comfortable place of their home, and they're watching the football game on a big screen, and they see all the different options that the quarterback has when he hikes the ball. The quarterback is seeing a number of different people running at him, full speed, big people getting ready to take him out, has seconds, sometimes milliseconds to go ahead and respond in those types of situations. And then people on Monday morning, just like lawmakers, unfortunately, in different jurisdictions, are saying, you know what, you should have done this differently. And it's pretty sad, it's pretty pathetic, and it's not helping people to defend themselves, which is an innate right. Everybody in this room can agree that everybody has a right to defend themselves. It's just half this room is disagreeing as to why or how they can do that.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Well, I agree with Mr. McDermott. Everybody in this room recognizes there's a right to self-defense. So I hope my colleague from California is permitted by his former colleagues to speak at the hearing on the California bill that is not a bill in this Congress. Mr. McDermott, I want to just clarify something you said. You said earlier on that in Chicago, the gun laws have not worked. I beg to differ. The Everytown gun law rankings that just came out, and I'm happy to introduce this, has Illinois, in terms of its gun law strength, at number 3. California's 1, Massachusetts 2, Illinois 3, my home state of New York 4. The problem with those states is that there is an iron pipeline where guns that are manufactured outside of those states are trafficked into those states. The ATF is the federal government agency that is charged, and
I'm sorry. Is this motherfucker saying that the only guns that need to be in the states they have to be manufactured in that state to be in that state? Did this motherfucker? So you're saying for everybody that has guns, there needs to be at least one manufacturer in your state? And you must get the gun from that manufacturer? How the what?
I believe, Mr. Jackson, am I right that the ATF is the
How is that
only
going to
one
work?
with technology that can trace guns?
They're definitely the best at it.
Yeah, and so most local law enforcement send the guns to the ATF to trace so that they can figure out where they're coming from. That allows us to enforce federal laws against gun trafficking. Now, I want to raise a different point here because not only was Kash Patel recently confirmed to be the director of the FBI, he has never managed a local bakery, much less an institution of the size of the FBI. But then President Trump named him also to be the acting director of the ATF. Mr. Patel spoke at the inaugural summit of an organization called the Gun Owners of America, which says on its website that they advocate for abolishing the ATF. Mr. Jackson, briefly, can you just summarize what would happen if the ATF were abolished?
I mean, we would lose the ability to federally enforce rogue gun dealers, to focus on disrupting problematic iron pipelines, as you spoke of. There's multiple across the country.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this motherfucker is saying only the ATF can do this. The FBI can't do it. The CIA can't do it. Nobody else in any kind of intelligence department or law enforcement for the Department of Justice here in the United States can do the job of the ATF.
To prosecute gun traffickers, it would greatly handicap our background check system and our ability to identify and frankly deny dangerous sales of firearms. And most importantly, it will strip us of the ability to look out for emerging threats. We know that there are things like Glock switches and innovations that are happening every day that are making weapons more deadly.
Ghost guns as well. Now, that's not just a potential problem. That's a real problem.
If you run a real good sample size, you'd have to go to every state and get, I'm going to say about maybe 2% of the population of every state, and then put everything into aggregate, break it down by state, break it down by political affiliation, break it down by everything that they do. But you'd have to get a good sample size from every fucking state to do that.
Because the president has issued an executive order to reevaluate every gun regulation that has been implemented by the Biden administration through Mr. Jackson and the excellent work and part of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Now, one of those rules is the engaged in the business.
He married the heir to the Levi
traffic of,
Strauss
selling guns rule,
empire, I guess.
Which is clearly a target of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And it's pretty remarkable to me because that rule, which is often referred to as the zero tolerance policy, revokes federal firearm licenses for people who
agree.
One, willfully transfer a firearm to a prohibited person,
2,500
someone
people.
who the law says.
I'll say this, I do agree, but for a big decision, something like this, self-defense, whether it might be my guns, whatever the hell you're actually trying to do, I don't want 2,500 people making the decision for me. It is a little bit of a bigger size than who actually writes in the fucking law. I get you. I understand. But I don't want 2,500 people countrywide to make decisions for me. It would have to be a bigger sample size and a lot bigger. Like I said, maybe 2% from every state to spread out evenly across every kind of breakdown that you do it as good as you possibly can break that down. Maybe then I might listen and pay attention. But 2,500 people talking for the entire nation, not enough.
Says is not allowed to own a gun. 2, fails to run a required background check. 3, falsify records. 4, fail to respond to a tracing request. Or 5, refuse to permit ATF to conduct an inspection in violation of the law. In other words, that regulation is designed solely to enforce the law. And yet, for some reason, that is a purported infringement on our Second Amendment rights. Ms. Mueller, I have a couple quick questions for you. Is there a Second Amendment right for a mentally ill person to own a firearm?
Yes.
There isn't one that isn't.
Is there a
that-
Second Amendment right for, I just have a little time, for
Yes. Yes, there is. You shall not be infringed. But again, saying that, and I will bring this argument to the front again, is saying that, that also means that we as American citizens can own nuclear weapons. Yes. However, is it a good idea for us to just have mini nukes in our back pocket? Fuck no, because I know what I would do with them. So it's not a good idea. We can agree with that. This is why that would be a common sense restriction on the Second Amendment. However, it is unconstitutional because you shall not be infringed, bitch. Again, there was a story about a man. We covered this. There was a story about a man who had the largest stockpile of explosives in his basement. He lived in a fairly populated neighborhood. This motherfucker had the most volatile substance known to exist to mankind right now, that even the temperature change and molecules starting to rub together would set this shit off. It was kept in a refrigerator with food labeled for his children. Not as food labeled for his children, but there was food labeled for his children in the refrigerator where this beaker that was covered up to keep it at constant temperature was. You have the right, but should you be able to? Because if anything happens, you're talking about half that neighborhood gone. Good argument to be made on it. I mean, maybe we shouldn't be able to be doing that because just at the slightest tip of something going wrong. How many people are actually that careful to do what he did? Yes. To put it on. By the way, he was missing fingers because sometimes he would have an accident and things would explode. But he had the biggest stockpile of explosives and the most volatile explosive substance we know wrapped up in his goddamn fridge. We have the ability, but should we be able to have that ability? It's unconstitutional not to regulate or to actually regulate it, but morally speaking, I don't think we should be doing that. You know what I'm saying?
or someone convicted of or with an outstanding order from domestic violence to own a gun?
Repeat the question, please.
Oh, yes.
Can someone who has committed domestic violence own a gun? Is there a Second Amendment right?
Gentlemen's time has expired. You may
No,
answer the
sir.
question if you can. Thank you.
No, sir.
No, there's not. This is not a Second
Your
Amendment.
your
issue
time
that
has
we're
expired,
talking
sir. Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Kiley, thank you for your questions. You think about California.
Yes,
Well, it's
Lenny.
California. You figured that. You know,
He
as an
made
old
it,
sheriff from Fort
and he
Bend
was
County,
keeping it
Texas,
in
we
his
love the great
fridge.
state of Texas. You come into the great state of Texas, you start waving a gun around and threatening our citizens, or you break into a home in the state of Texas, you're leaving in a bag. You will leave in a bag.
Yes.
And as a sheriff, many did, breaking into people's homes, their castles, threatening, scaring people. That's California for you, but I tell you, not in the great state of Texas, we won't allow it. First, I want to ask about the effect of left-wing DAs charging people with crimes for engaging in obvious self-defense or defense of others. Mr. Daniel Penny, his name comes to mind as a recent example. Last year, Mr. Penny restrained Jordan Neely on the New York City subway after Neely continued to threaten women and children on the train, which unfortunately resulted in his death. I'm sure that Mr. Penny didn't want to have to take the man's life. Nobody wants to do that. Although this was an obvious case of self-defense of others, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg charged Penny with manslaughter, likely due to public pressure from the left-wing radicals who felt Mr. Neely should have been be allowed to threaten women and children with impunity. And even though the jury came to an obvious outcome of a full acquittal, didn't take long, a full acquittal, the damage to Mr. Penny had already been done. He had been through an 18-month ordeal in which his name and reputation drug it through the mud. So the government, the media's message to New Yorkers was clear.
Rhoda, here in Alabama, they want to change the laws because even felons in our area, certain felons, can actually own guns depending on the type of it. If you pulled off a felony that wasn't violent, you still have the right to have a firearm. Say like embezzlement, shit like that. You did nothing pretty physically violent to anybody, but yet we still have the right to have those guns. They want to change our laws to take that ability away. So if you commit a white collar crime that had nothing to do with any violence in any way, you now can't have firearms. They want to take the word nonviolent out of the clause.
Dare to protect your fellow citizens, and we will destroy your life. You know, the old Good Samaritan. Do you have Good Samaritans out there anymore? You may not have them anymore. Why would anybody do it when you have nut jobs like Alvin Bragg and others that want to go after and make the individual that wants to help other people, he's all of a sudden the suspect? Mr. McDermott, do these kinds of political prosecutions deter people from coming to the defense of others? And how does that put at risk vulnerable populations like women and children and the elderly? In other words, how important is it? How important is it for us to have a society where people feel empowered to come to?
Now imagine over 150 fucking pounds of explosives being found in this dude's house with nitroglycerin in the fridge. You think we should have that right? We have the ability, but should we be able to?
To the defense of the vulnerable, Mr. McDermott.
Obviously, the question answers itself. It's extremely important.
Agree,
we have
RP.
a number of different problems. First off, many people recognize the right to defend themselves, and very often they disregard the right to defend others, as happened in that particular case. There are certain uniform, I would say, rules in this space. There are certain things that you see repeating themselves very often. For example, my clients that are being charged with very serious
I
charges.
agree with that.
The majority of these clients, the vast majority of these clients, close to all of them, have no criminal backgrounds. Yet the victims that are being the complaining witnesses in these cases do have backgrounds. They have violent backgrounds. I have a client right now that's in custody. They will not release from custody because it's been determined that she's a danger to society. She's a grandmother. She's protecting herself. She's protecting her daughter. She's protecting her 75-year-old mother from two grown men that were beating on them, and she's being charged. So this is happening just far too often.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McDermott. I got 1 question, minute left. Talk about the Second Amendment, uniformity in the Second Amendment. Based on the current laws of the states of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, for example, a Pennsylvania resident could receive an 18-month prison sentence and a $10,000 fine simply for possessing a knife in New Jersey that he is legally allowed to have in Pennsylvania. So, Mr. Ritter, how do you think that is in the spirit of the Second Amendment? How does the lack of uniformity among states, even in what kind of knife one can carry, degrade the right to self-defense?
So the issue is, under Bruin, there really is no defense for creating a ban on a particular kind of knife, because all of these knives are common. All of these knives are, quite frankly, less dangerous than a firearm. The purpose of my bill is to ensure that if someone from your great state of Texas is going to the great state of New Hampshire and has to pass through New Jersey, that they can do so without risk of being imprisoned for simply carrying a knife that's legal at both the start and the finish of their journey, as long as they lock it up. This is about protecting your constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's interesting that my friends on the other side of the aisle have tiptoed around the issue and even claimed to be not against the Second Amendment. They're not hostile towards the Second Amendment, but life experience and observation of any objective record shows that they are very hostile towards the Second Amendment. Even some of the cases that they have cited in limited support of their questions, whether it be Heller or Bruin, the Democratic Party has been against those in lockstep and have been challenging those at lower circuits ever since those opinions went into effect. And even in these questions, the insinuation there are far too many guns in the United States. You should pass more laws, but don't buy more guns. You should prosecute people who are too aggressive in self-defense. You should prosecute the use of lethal force, even if it results in the death of an attacker. These are things that are fundamentally contrarian and against the claim that they are not for the Second Amendment. And one of the statements that was made by a witness at the panel says that guns do not make us safe. And as a career prosecutor, I have to differ, in my opinion, in the strongest sense. And I'll start with you, Ms. Mueller. Do you agree with that statement? And in your experience as a police officer, one statement that you made said that we are our own first responders. So in your experience, ma'am, what is your opinion on whether or not guns do in fact make us safe?
What? Oh, they're having audio issues. They're going to take a recess, apparently, and get it fixed. That's what I'm talking about, though. You get... Jesus, why are they making so much money to be able to do this? Like...
Subcommittee's called back to order. We appreciate your patience. We've rebooted the whole system. And Mr. Knott had been recognized. And so, Mr. Knott, we recognize you for the completion of 5 minutes.
Thank you. Ms. Mueller, do you remember the question I asked? Essentially, the notion that guns don't make us safe. In your experience as a law enforcement officer, as a woman who carries, do you agree with that statement? Why or why not?
No, sir, I do not. And I honestly believe that gun control is the remnants of the racism, the systemic racism that we hear about in America. I mean, think about the newly freed slaves. What did they do to them? They disarmed them. They made it certain that they couldn't defend themselves.
Unless you're trained and
the bottom
trained
line
well.
is that gun control is racist. And today,
A knife within 20 feet, unless you are trained and trained well, going against somebody with a gun. Even if the gun is drawn, maybe you might have a chance because all you have to do is just pay attention. But from holster, you're talking about what is it, like 0.1, 0.2 seconds? Oh.
today, the communities that are most impacted by violence, they need the proper education about firearms safety. They don't need to be disarmed.
And in your experience, ma'am, are firearms used as a deterrent for violent crimes that could result in serious injury or death?
Absolutely, and that's what that CDC study showed, and that's why it's no longer on their website. It's because it doesn't support their narrative.
Right. Now, in regards to your experience as a law enforcement officer, ma'am, what effect on safety in local communities did defunding the police and the open border policies of the Biden administration have on public safety?
I think it was detrimental, and I think that that's why Americans flew to the gun stores, and we've had record sales. We're touting that the bipartisan bill has decreased crime. Well, I would submit that it was because we've had over 1 million gun sales a month for the past 4 years, and that there's an estimated 26 million first-time gun owners.
She's
So it's
right.
not that gun control is working. Maybe it's the opposite, that firearms do prevent crimes. Also, on the heels of defunding the police, Baltimore has hired police officers and they have prosecuted criminals. That is how
Oh, yeah.
you maintain a safer community.
Now, Mr. McDermott, in regards to Chicago, there's been a lot of talk about this iron
Take
pipeline
it easy,
and so on and
Bowler.
so forth. But their current mayor, Mr. Johnson, he campaigned as someone who was very hostile towards the police department. He was very progressive in his willingness to let positions go unfilled. What effect does local law enforcement backing the blue, enforcing existing laws have on gun violence in Chicago and other cities where violence is a problem?
Thank you. I believe Mr. Raskin indicated that Chicago is a place where there's been a lot of the gun law strength has become much better. But if you ask the people of Chicago, they don't feel safer. They don't feel safer at all. As a matter of fact, they feel even more scared, especially when you're talking about things such as defunding the police. This gives rise to a great concern. A lot of people are, as I said, are going out purchasing firearms because they don't believe they can now feel that they have that type of protection there. So it's created a number of different situations that weren't created before. Something that hasn't been brought up, the number of people that are being charged after defending themselves is at an all-time high from my experience.
Yeah.
I don't know if there are any statistics on that, but from my experience, there's a tremendous number of people that are being charged that were never being charged before after defending themselves.
Yep.
In Chicago.
I find it interesting that the other side of the aisle says we need to pass more laws. That will reduce gun violence, passing more laws, right?
Well, because
it's illegal to sell drugs, but what do people do? They sell drugs. It's illegal to commit assault, but what do people do? Commit assault. It's illegal to commit property crimes. What do they do? But they commit property crimes. But if we just pass more laws, the criminals who use firearms will obey them. That's
Absolutely.
the narrative.
Absolutely, that's the narrative. And obviously, that's not what's happening. We're seeing that we are disarming law-abiding citizens.
Is there a gun control measure that will not affect lawful, responsible gun owners, but will affect criminals?
Gentleman's time's expired. You may answer the question, Mr. McDermott.
I'm sorry, in what respect? You're saying, is there
a law that could be passed that will not punish law-abiding, responsible gun owners, but will prohibit criminals from breaking the law?
Not in this context, not at all.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman's time is expired. Yeah, I understand you have a UC.
yeah, but I actually have a point of order first now. The witness,
Please state your point of order.
the witness just falsely identified something that he claimed I said. I'd never even mentioned the word Chicago. If we could change the record on that, or at least I'd like to clarify. He may have been thinking of something somebody else said, but I never mentioned Chicago.
We're gonna let it stand. The record speaks for itself.
Okay, then I just want to state that that was completely false.
Thank you. Now, the chair, now, do you have any
I have a
UC?
unanimous consent request to enter in the record an article from Benjamin Weiss titled "Dems Demand Details from Bondi on Trump's Directive to Review Gun Regulations," published by Courthouse News on March 3rd, 2025.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Oh, Jesus.
hearing is-
You got to hear this.
Hold it. We've got a problem with the clock again.
I'll take as much time as I may consume.
You, I know I'm not giving you 1034.
You don't want to give me 1034.
So,
I was.
so they're checking on it. So we're going to be in recess for another. Are we good? We good? Okay. All right. I need some help watching that clock. But now, Mr. Swalwell, please.
Well, this hearing is beautifully titled, "The Right to Self-Defense." I see some moms who are here who would like to talk about the right to self-defense, because a lot of moms lost their children in many of the mass shootings conducted with assault weapons over the last 10 years. So I would like to ask, what was the self-defense in Aurora where 12 people were killed? What was the self-defense in Newtown where 26 people were killed, most of them babies, little kids? What was the self-defense in Orlando? 49 people were killed. What was the self-defense in Vegas? And 58 people were killed. What was the self-defense in Sutherland Springs? 26 people were killed. What was the self-defense
at Parkland, where 17 people were killed, mostly students? What was the self-defense at a synagogue in Pittsburgh where 11 people were killed? What was the self-defense in Thousand Oaks where 12 people were killed? What was the self-defense in Gilroy where 3 people were killed? What was the self-defense in El Paso where 22 people were killed? What was the self-defense in Dayton where 9 people were killed? Or Boulder where 10 people were killed? Or the self-defense in Buffalo where another 10 were killed? Or Uvalde where 21 were killed, mostly babies, mostly little kids? Or Highland Park, not an assault rifle, or Charleston in a church, or Santa Fe? What was the self-defense? When most parents hear that there's a right to self-defense, they say, bullshit. My kids have a right to go home. My kids have a right to go home. I should be able to look them in the eye in the morning when I send them off to school and not have to think about what they're wearing because I may have to identify them later. And that's what parents do right now. I know because they tell me. I know because I have 3 littles, 2 of them who are already doing mass shooter drills. I talked to a substitute teacher recently who told me that a student came up to her in her classroom and said, "Do you know where to put us?" And she was confused and she said, "What are you talking about? Where do I put you?" And the student said, "You're not our normal teacher. Our normal teacher knows where to put us if somebody comes in here with a gun. Did they tell you where you're supposed to put us?" Those are the questions that our children are asking right now. Will you protect me? Do you think they feel protected by this hearing? By putting into our streets and our communities the most dangerous weapons so they can go into the hands of the most dangerous people? That doesn't protect anybody. Mr. Jackson, I wanted to ask you, and thank you for your work. Can you think of a legitimate purpose for an untraceable, unregistered gun? No. So would you agree that the only reason you need a what's called ghost gun is because you're a prohibited purchaser and you can't get one any other way, or you intend to commit a crime and you don't want people knowing where the gun came from? Exactly. I'd like unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter into the record a California Department of Justice report on California's fight against ghost guns.
Without objection.
Oh, he was passing her
Jackson, can you talk
around
about
like a piece of meat.
some of the preparations and training?
There were 4 other Democratic officials and 2 unnamed Midwestern mayors that he was passing her around with like a piece of fucking meat. And then once it was found out that she is an actual spy, Nancy Pelosi let her get on a commercial flight out of the U.S. back to China.
And studies you and your office had done around mass shootings and what we can do to not traumatize our kids, because I think there is trauma associated with having to go through some of these drills, but to also not leave them unprepared if that ever came to their classroom?
Yeah, I mean, we looked pretty intensely at how guns are impacting our schools and frankly, what steps have been taken. And one thing that was clear is the biggest threat are guns that are coming from the home. 76% of school shootings come from the home and not just some
You're gonna have to
boogeyman
pry
in
it
the
from my
alley.
cold dead
But the
hands.
real work that needs to be done is engaging parents to be more responsible and securing and storing their firearms to help prevent these tragedies.
That's not taking anyone's gun. That's just saying there's things you can do to lock it up and keep it safe. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah.
Before we get that, everything he used, every instance he used, like RP was saying as well, was a gun-free area with an unarmed population in a society that don't want guns for the most part. There are some outliers, and if you want to break it down that far, but yes, every single one of those, like RP was saying, you're telling evil people where to do evil things because you are broadcasting it everywhere.
I was just going to make a point earlier. One of our Democrat colleagues talked about Kash Patel running the ATF. What I will say is this. When the ATF was run by someone else, I know some of the crazy things that happened. Any of you ever heard of Brian Malinowski? What happened to Mr. Malinowski? They said that he had somehow sold, was accused of selling 6 firearms that he wasn't supposed to sell. Instead of going, they had a search warrant, instead of going there to Brian Malinowski while he worked, highest paid municipal employee in Little Rock, Arkansas, worked at the Bill and Hillary Clinton Airport. Instead of going to the airport and talking to him, going to his house, and then doing the search warrant, they decided they were going to do a pre-dawn raid. And they were all set to do it on one particular Friday, and then they found out he wasn't home. So they called it off, and they said, we're going to wait till the next Friday when he is home and go at, again, pre-dawn raid. 10 cars pull up, ATF agents and local police. They go up. The first thing you see from the doorbell cam is them putting the tape on the doorbell camera. And then 53 seconds later, Brian Malinowski is shot in the head because he does what any normal person would do. It's why what Mr. Kiley brought up about the crazy law they're proposing in California. He was defending himself. He thought he was getting robbed. Defended himself, gets shot in the head, and dies several hours later. That's the ATF before. So you can criticize Kash Patel. That's ridiculous. Thank goodness he is running the ATF. We don't have the same people who ran it when that happened to Mr. Mountain. Made no sense. 53 seconds. Why not just execute the search warrant like you should? Why not talk to him? Why not pick him up at the airport? Mr. Malinowski, we're going to your house. Call your wife. Let him know where we're coming. We'll go there. We'll execute the search warrant. No, they couldn't do it that way. So I think the good Lord, Kash Patel is running the FBI and, frankly, interim director of the ATF. I don't know if you guys want to, Ms. Miller, you can say something, or Mr. McDermott, I'll let you guys say something if you want. But I thought,
amen.
Amen. God bless you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'll yield the rest of my. I appreciate you, the witnesses here today. Appreciate the chairman, the good work he does. I yield the rest of my time to the chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ritter, are knives included in the definition of arms under the Second Amendment?
Certainly, they have been considered arms for millennia. Perhaps man's oldest.
Is there any cases, Supreme Court or other federal cases that shed light on how knives are protected under the Second Amendment?
Certainly, both Heller and Brune bring up the subject of knives as arms, and they are certainly protected by the Second Amendment.
Under the COPA, Knife Owners Protection Act, the purpose of that is allow someone to move from state to state, and while they're actually in transit, they don't have access to their knives. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so that's why there's been bipartisan support. Generally, they don't have access to those knives, but they also shouldn't be prosecuted for transporting their knives across state lines.
That is correct. I mean, the reason we get bipartisan support is because the bills that we propose are all about criminal justice reform and people not being stopped simply because they're carrying a knife with no criminal intent whatsoever.
And in COPA, there's a provision dealing with private right of action. Why is that so important to the bill?
Private right of action is very important to COPA because COPA is closely related to the Firearms Owners Protection Act. In fact, it was originally based on that. And unfortunately, the Second Circuit in Taraco versus Port Authority determined that those sorts of claims do not give rise to a private right of action. So in some of the states where folks are most in danger of being prosecuted for having an illegal knife, even if they were to follow the lock them up according to COPA, there's a precedent that they have no right of action. And without a right of action, there's very little deterrence for rogue law enforcement or prosecutors to go after them, despite what Congress's intent may be.
Thank you. With that, the time I'm going to yield it back to Mr. Jordan, who's gone, and so the time has expired. And now I recognize the gentleladies from California, Ms. Laurel Lee. I'm sorry, Florida. I'm sorry. What did I say?
California.
We were talking about that
gracious.
before, Rhino.
Uh-oh.
Understandable mistake, Mr. Chairman. I will yield my time to the chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Mueller, are people who want to restrict Second Amendment rights supportive of women's rights?
Negative.
How so?
Well, like I mentioned in my opener, that we are smaller and less equipped for violence. And that is why women are the fastest growing demographic of gun owners. It levels the playing field. And if anybody thinks that they don't need a firearm or chooses not to have a firearm, that's their choice. But they're going to do so from a place of privilege because they may have security or they may live in a community that doesn't necessarily need to have security. But not all of us can afford to have our own security. Therefore, we have to take it in our own hands. And I know mothers that refuse to outsource the security of their children. And like Mr. Swalwell said, school shootings and all of those shootings that you mentioned, I was trying to keep up with you, but I was thinking gun-free zone, gun-free zone, gun-free zone, gun-free zone. Obviously, gun-free zones do not work. They're dangerous, they're deadly, and we can protect our children. And we can not traumatize our children. There's a program called Faster Saves Lives, and I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you. And Mr. McDermott, should law enforcement officers be allowed to carry a firearm in gun-free school zones or on public transportation?
Absolutely.
And would you?
I'm sorry. I was just gonna further along those lines.
I'm going to get back to that in a second.
Go ahead.
There's two questions I really want to get here. Okay, yeah, Ms. Mueller. Okay, would you have liked the option to purchase your service weapon? Right, when you retired as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. McDermott, I saw you writing furiously when my colleague from California was iterating various shootings, and I wondered what in the devil were you writing, and what would be your response?
All right. Loaded question, no pun intended, but I just, when Mr. Swalwell was indicating, kept on asking, was it self-defense here? Was it self-defense here? Was it self-defense here? It just kept hitting me a particular way. If there had been some form of self-defense, if somebody had been able to defend themselves in those particular areas, if somebody had actually done so, we wouldn't have been naming off these higher numbers. Instead, as to Ms. Mueller's point, and what I stand by myself, is we have all these different gun-free zones, which is basically a fallacy. They do nothing to make our communities safer. They basically leave the good defenseless against criminals, law-abiding citizens defenseless against criminals, and they take advantage of it. They take full advantage of it.
How difficult is it for someone traveling across state lines to know what the self-defense laws are in each state?
It's incredibly difficult. And I'll tell you, when I said at the very beginning, I've lectured in front of thousands of people now. One of the very first questions I ask after defining whether people in the room know what it is to be able to use lethal force and when you're entitled to use lethal force to defend yourself, one of the very first questions I ask in these different jurisdictions is who in the room knows which type of jurisdiction they reside in. Very often people are confused. Very often in certain states, which are very anti-firearm, which are very anti-police, many people believe in those jurisdictions that they're automatically a duty retreat. And that's also something that's argued by prosecutors in these particular states. Even if they have stand your ground law, your client or this defendant could have actually retreated, could have gotten to a safer place. The reason that this client, she's being charged, is because she discharged her firearm because she shot this person. And that's not why, that's not appropriate, it's not proper. It's not even correct, and it continues to happen.
So what looking at ATF?
Yes, sir.
What actions do you think ATF under President Trump need to be prioritized?
What actions under the ATF? I mean, that's a loaded question. I think that we need to stop first and foremost, we need to stop attacking law-abiding citizens with respect to their ownership of firearms. We need to recognize that people have a right to defend themselves. We need to recognize that we are not in a position, nobody's in a position to tell people how they can and can't defend themselves. In that respect, we have to stop, with this campaign to continuously collect firearms from law-abiding citizens. You need to do a bit more research into this, and you need to make sure that we're not crossing lines in those particular times.
Ms. Mueller, same
Hell
question.
yeah. Hell yeah.
Well, I don't know about the ATF specifically, but I'll address the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I actually wanted to rename that to the Office of Violence Prevention because we're all against violence. Guns are inanimate objects and they're not violent in and of themselves. And I
Yes.
think that, Mira O'Connell, who was the one who defended herself from the serial rapist and took his gun, that is the exact opportunity for a gun to be used in good hands, and for bad hands. So I would like to keep that office and use it for firearms education and actual studying.
Thank you. Mr. Swallow.
Unanimous consent request for a
Oh, God.
June 27, 2024 NBC News story about a former Uvalde district chief charged with child endangerment when he had a gun and 21 kids were killed because he didn't use it. Also, a Texas Tribune, July 8, 2016 story, police use of robot to kill Dallas suspect unprecedented because 5 Dallas officers died while armed officers were not able to take down the shooter.
Without objection. Thank you. Gentleman from.
Wait a minute. Your first one? Roll that the fuck back. Wait, what?
Out a former Uvalde district chief charged with child endangerment when he had a gun and 21 kids were killed because he didn't use it. Also, a Texas Tribune, July 8, 2016.
So, because an officer had a gun and didn't use it and 22 children died, somehow that refutes what you were saying. Why? Because the officer had a gun and didn't use it? I don't think that helps your cause there, Swalwell. What the fuck?
16 story, police use of robot to kill Dallas suspect unprecedented because 5 Dallas officers died while armed officers were not able to take down the shooter.
Without objection. Thank you.
They used robot dogs to kill him? Because he was good and kind of scoped it out, knew what he was dealing with, and 5 officers died? That sounds like the kind of response that needs to happen in that kind of situation. But at least 5 officers actually tried. What about Uvalde? Oh, they took a few shots in their direction and then did nothing for 77 minutes. You use that there, Swallow. What about that one? You did nothing here, you dumb fuck.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDermott, I want to tell you a quick story about my experience in my community. So I come from a city called Parkland. I graduated Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. And in 2018, I was on the House floor at the time, and my wife texted me and she said, I just drove past Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and I've never seen that many police in my lifetime. I wound up turning on the news and finding out that a troubled young man had walked into Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and killed 17 people. A kid that the school board knew was a problem and didn't do anything about, had given him chance after chance after chance. Police had been to his house. The
You mean like
FBI
Loudoun
had
County?
gotten hits on him, didn't follow up. This has resulted in lawsuits and settlements. But he walked into that school and he killed 17 people. He walked right past the security monitor, a person on a golf cart with a walkie-talkie, saw him, okay, didn't radio.
All right.
He went floor to floor. He started on the first floor, started killing people in the hallway. He never entered a classroom. He just put his gun up to the glass of every door and just fired through the little glass window that these classrooms had, killing all sorts of kids and adults. We had adults run into the building to try to help kids. They were killed as a result of this. And the guy they depended on, the students depended on, the SRO, right? Did he respond? He didn't. He stayed outside the building like a coward. He never went into the building. When the police
Uvalde, sir, you dumb son of a bitch. Here's the thing. Had the teachers who had wanted to be armed been armed there, those adults that were killed at that point could have had the chance to take his ass out too, or at least coordinate some kind of effort together to defend a little bit longer.
police department showed up, by the way, everyone was dead by the time they got there. But when the police department showed up, do you know what the SRO on scene told those to police departments? Don't go in. He instructed, because he's the incident commander on scene, he instructed them not to go in. 2 different police departments. Eventually, Coral Springs, the local police department, decided to go in. The sheriff of the Broward County Sheriff's Office, okay, was removed by Governor DeSantis over this. The superintendent lost his job in Broward County over this.
Good.
And so, what
Everybody
did Florida
fucking
do?
failed.
Florida, Republican Florida, run by the House, Republicans in the House, in the Senate, Republican governor, now a U.S. Senator, the whole Republican cabinet. The gunshine state. What did they do? Well, they passed the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act. And you know what that did? It did a bunch of things. It raised the age to buy a gun to 21. Not possession. Parents could still buy their kids a gun, but it raised the age to buy a gun to 21. It instituted 3-day waiting periods, red flag laws. It also, by the way, created the Guardian program, which allowed non-classroom teachers to go through training. And as a result, there would be additional guns on school campus. Folks that went through training with the sheriff's office, they made it a local option so that counties could decide if they wanted to do that. By the way, almost every single county opted into the program, okay? And the program's been a success. It's actually been a success. It was a comprehensive bill. It did all things. It looked at the problem and said, what is the issue? We can't just wait for the
David
police
Hogg.
departments to get there,
Yes.
because sometimes by the time they get there, everyone's dead. Well, we can't just depend on the SRO, because sometimes these guys don't do the right thing. We also got to recognize that there are a lot of troubled people out there with mental health. We put hundreds of millions of dollars into mental health. But we also wanted to make sure that young people, if they wanted to go hunting with their father or their parents, they could do that, right? The dad could take them, or the mom could take them, could buy their gun. But we didn't want an 18-year-old walking into a gun store like this kid did and come out with an AR-15, unlimited ammunition, body armor. This guy, as the kids were fleeing out the building, tried to pick children off as they were running out of the building. You know why he didn't succeed? The hurricane glass. We got lucky. Hurricane glass, which was put in the building to stop hurricanes, actually stopped the trajectory of the bullets, took a lot of the speed out of the bullets away, so they just fell on the ground, didn't kill anyone. I would tell you that Florida is one of the most gun-friendly states in America. Has been for the longest time. Marion Hammer, the head of the NRA, was the main lobbyist there, right? Stand your ground, born and bred in Florida, okay? But I give my Republican colleagues credit.
Is stand your ground, but while using an area that you couldn't have a weapon on to defend yourself or the lives of others. You use that as an example, but you're just like, hey, stand your ground. I get it. Cool. Or are you trying to advocate for it? Because I don't understand where the fuck you're heading with this one, Moscow. I honestly do not.
Credit. They saw what was happening. They saw an epidemic. And they don't want to take people's guns away. They're Second Amendment right advocates through and through. But they did the right thing because there is a balance. This idea that there is no balance, I reject. And Florida proved that absolutely wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Take people's guns away. They're Second Amendment right advocates through and through. But they did the right thing because there is a balance. This idea that there is no balance, I reject. And Florida proved that absolutely wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
This idea that there is no balance, I reject. And Florida proves that absolutely wrong. Are you advocating for or against? Did you say anything at all in that 5-minute fucking ramble with your jowls packed with whatever the fuck? I don't know. Here's the reason why you had a thing for Tim Walz then, huh? Anyway, hey, dangle over here. Anyway, but I don't in that entire fucking rambling from Moskowitz, he was just like, "Hey, look at this bad influence or this bad thing that happened right here. All these people died. Yet all those people could have been able to defend themselves had it not be for your gun-free zone." And then you start how? This motherfucker said absolutely nothing.
Gentleman yields. I now yield myself for 5 minutes. So the first thing I want to cover, and I appreciate Mr. Jackson, I appreciate you being here and your testimony today. So as I listened to your testimony talking about post the all-time highs, I guess, of murders that took place during the COVID-19 era, I began thinking, I wonder what other independent variables
That's
went
at
into
least
that. Was there retrograde analysis done
proof of
in that
weaponization and tyranny?
in that study, if there's been a study done at all?
Because there would have to be a
And
record.
were any of those other independent variables isolated? And I would suggest to you that actually in your testimony and other people's testimonies today, we know that there was a spike. It happened during COVID-19. What caused the spike? Some people say it was COVID-19 that caused the spike. The people frustrated, people sick, people out, people isolated. All of that took place. But we also know that once that went away, I mean, I don't know that you can attribute it all necessarily to the legislation that I think my colleagues have. You actually changed the society, began trying to get back to normal. And that's why you see the spike. You see this certain level, it's kind of moving like that on the graph line that was there. Then you have the spike, and then it starts winding its way back down. You don't know what the
I want to point out that I put this up here and started laughing a little bit behind the scenes, and then that dude straightened up and his eye is up like he sees what's written on our screen right now. That was comedic fucking timing. It was about right here.
We also know that
I put it up.
That once that went away, I mean, I don't know that you can attribute it all necessarily to the legislation that I think my colleagues have.
Where
you
is
actually
it?
changed
Did I
the
go too
society,
far back?
began trying to get back to normal.
Oh, there it is.
And that's why you see the spike. You see this certain level, it's kind of moving like that on the graph line that was there. Then you have the spike, and then it starts winding its way back down. You don't know what we don't know what the dependent variables are or the independent variables are as we look at that as a study, if we're going to look at it as a study. And that's why it's so important in my mind that you really actually kind of isolate those variables and you do the regressive analysis to see what's there. So that's just where I am and to start with. And so I want to go now to Ms. Mueller. Ms. Mueller, what are some of the potential negative consequences of a jurisdiction that fails to grant an individual's application for a concealed carry permit?
Are you referring to shall issue and may issue?
Yes, I am. I was going to get that from Mr. McDermott, but I'm here with you, so you go ahead.
Well, I think that anytime you throw a barrier up between, let's say, a woman who's facing domestic violence, and anytime you throw a barrier to her being able to defend herself, is going to be detrimental. We hear it time after time. I know there was a woman in New Jersey that was waiting for her concealed carry permit. She was stabbed, I believe, in her driveway. The criminals don't wait. And if you need to defend yourself now, then you're only creating a barrier for people to be safe.
Right.
And Ms. Mueller, you were a law enforcement officer for 22 years in Tulsa, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you encountered stressful situations as a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever encounter somebody who's a violent criminal?
Yes, sir.
And what
Well,
is the
two
stress
people in the
level
poll got it
when
wrong.
you encounter somebody that is threatening, violence?
On a scale of 1 to 10,
Yeah,
I'm going to go 8 to 10.
yeah, yeah. And, you know, we really need to keep that in mind as we talk about these things too. And so, Mr. McDermott, I want to talk to you. What's the difference between those may issue and shall issue jurisdictions with respect to the concealed carry permits?
Well, obviously, that was addressed in Bruin, just the significance of may issue and the discretion that extends to the government, to local police, sometimes like in Illinois, it's ISP that makes a determination. And the fact that it shouldn't, it's often abused, and it certainly violates our Second Amendment. There are states such as Illinois that are considered shall issue states, and because of that and because of the ruling, there's, in my opinion, there's a misconception with respect to the fact that Bruin doesn't actually apply to Illinois. Illinois is a state which is shall issue. However, it has, when you look at the Concealed Carry Act, it has approximately 20 plus different ways in which they can go ahead and deny firearms to people. It's very discretionary. You can't get in touch with anybody when you call to ask. You're never given a name. There's never a direct line. There's not an office that you can speak to somebody. It's basically an eyes behind the curtain type of situation. Somebody's deciding who gets the firearms, who doesn't. I know somebody that was arrested for having a FOID revoked. His FOID was revoked, his firearm owner's identification card, which is what's required in Illinois, for example. His FOID was revoked because he was charged with a felony. The prosecutor later reduced it down to a misdemeanor because the evidence didn't support the felony. He took a plea for supervision on a misdemeanor, which he would have never had his FOID lost as a result of. He later, because he didn't know that it was permanently revoked, was arrested and charged with.
He's got his ring turned around. Hold on.
Later, because he didn't know that it was.
He's got his ring turned around on his finger. That's the band that would be underneath so you could flex it in. So you could actually close your hand better. He's got his ring turned around.
That it was permanently revoked, was arrested and charged with having a revoked FOID, which is mandatory jail time or prison time in the state of Illinois. So it's being abused consistently. These may issue jurisdictions shouldn't exist, and that's what Bruin stands for.
Thank you. I thank all of the witnesses and everyone who's attended this hearing. This concludes today's hearing. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
That's true. And that's also why we went concealed constitutional carry. But, ladies and gentlemen, that one was actually pretty damn, like, that pissed me off when I first heard that, especially with Raskin's opening fucking statement. That pissed me off. But we're going to go ahead and hit the next one up. This is a Doge hearing. This one is a little bit more disgusting. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the waste, fraud, and abuse from our government that the Doge is finding. This is what they know of so far. This is how they're going to argue in favor or against whatever fucked up funding we do. This one was on February 26th of 2025. America Last, How Foreign Aid Undermined U.S. Interests Around the World. I got to actually do a little husbandly duty thing. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Ready when you are.
All righty. This hearing of the Subcommittee on Delivering on Government Efficiency will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. I want to welcome everyone today to today's Doge Subcommittee hearing on U.S. foreign aid. This hearing comes at an important time, a time where all of us are witnessing billions of dollars in taxpayer waste, fraud, and abuse being exposed across every agency of our federal government. It comes at a time where oversight of U.S. foreign aid has uncovered billions of dollars that have been weaponized in furtherance of globalist far-left ideologies. The American people want change. The American people voted for change. The American people have spoken that they no longer wish to be enslaved by the bureaucracy's agenda of undermining U.S. interest abroad. In 2023 alone, Americans privately donated over $557 billion of their own money. Corporations donated over $37 billion. Foundations donated over $103 billion. That is incredible of the American people. In 2023, nearly 76 million Americans, almost 30% of Americans, formally volunteered through an organization. Volunteered. The government did not make them do that. They did this on their own. Donating and volunteering time is what supports schools and shelters, hospitals and hotlines, food banks, and more across only our country. Not only our country, but across the world. Ask anyone in Western North Carolina. Whether it be individuals, churches, or businesses, the American people are the most generous people in the entire world. And I'm so proud of that. They should be the ones who decide where their money goes. They can choose if they want to donate to a charity, a school, a church, or a nonprofit. They can choose if they want to privately donate to a transgender salon in Mumbai. They can choose if they want to privately donate to the British Broadcasting Corporation. They can choose if they want to privately donate to the Wuhan Institute of Virology through EcoHealth Alliance, or to electric vehicles in Vietnam, or to changing the national census in Bangladesh to be more gender inclusive. That is something they should be able to choose. That is something they should never be forced to do by our government. The Democrat-run USAID should not get to use our federal government, our U.S. taxpayer dollars, as their party piggy bank to push their radical agenda in countries that we have no business giving money to. 96% of all political contributions from USAID employees go to Democrat Party candidates or PACs. That's 96%. Not only is USAID giving $70,000 for a DEI musical in Ireland, or $50,000 for transgender opera in Colombia, or entrench their left-wing ideology across the globe, USAID has been transformed into an America Last foreign aid slush fund to prop up extremist groups, implement censorship campaigns, and interfere in foreign elections to force regime change around the world. That is the dark truth about USAID. That is the story the American people deserve to know. Not only was USAID never designed to be what it has morphed into, but these things should never have been funded in the first place. In fiscal year 2023, USAID dispersed roughly $44 billion of aid across 160 countries and regions around the world. During the 4 years of the Biden administration, 181 countries received approximately $240 billion in U.S. development aid, with Ukraine being the top recipient. Other top recipients include Ethiopia, Jordan, Israel, and Somalia. So after hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars have been distributed throughout the world, has the world become safer? No. Has the world become more stable? No. Is the perception of the United States around the globe any better? No. But have some of the most anti-democratic principles like censorship and the canceling of elections been funded through USAID because of opposition to the ruling regimes? Yes. Has money through USAID been funneled to terrorists? Yes. Foreign aid from USAID to the UN, particularly the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees in the Near East, is directly funding Hamas terrorists. Humanitarian relief intended for the Afghan people was diverted to the Taliban. Money intended to support democracy is being used as a slush fund for liberal propaganda supporting terrorist, gender ideology, diversity, equity, and inclusion, climate activism, censorship, and regime change. Do you think this is what the American people think of when they think of foreign aid? Absolutely not. Taxpayer funds have literally been used to undermine U.S. interest and counter American foreign policy goals under the guise of foreign aid. This is unacceptable, and the American people agree. Thankfully, President Trump has taken action to address these issues. The election of President Trump was a clear mandate by the American people that they will no longer tolerate this. He is putting an end to the foreign aid slush fund, ensuring the hard-working American taxpayers' dollars are supporting America First policies and taking care of our own people at home. And we will do the same. With that, I now recognize Ranking Member Stansbury for the purpose of making an opening statement.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Elon Musk Chainsaw Massacre. Except for this remake of a classic is terrible because it's hurting real people, and its lead character, Mr. Musk, hasn't shown up in front of this committee or Congress at all. We also, of course, call this the Subcommittee on Doge, or Project 2025, as we'll see here during the Q&A. So today, in this hearing on foreign aid, which the GOP has called, you're going to hear all kinds of wild conspiracy theories, accusations, and unfounded data. It's designed to confuse and provide cover for Donald Trump and Elon Musk in their reckless gutting of our foreign aid and our reordering under the Trump administration of international affairs. But before we dive into the details, I want to zoom out and provide some critical context here about why this is happening. So first of all, let's talk about what happened over the last 2 weeks as the administration took an abrupt about-face in international relations after 64 years of USAID and supporting our allies in Europe, turning its back on long-standing allies and now suddenly embracing and enabling US foreign adversaries. Let's do a little oversight here. Last week, the administration shocked the world as the vice president took to the global stage and addressed European leaders and informed them that the Trump administration believes that the greatest threat to Europe is not the autocratic leader who invaded our Western ally 3 years ago and committed war crimes and atrocities against the Ukrainian people and threatened Western democracy, but instead the VP said it was, quote, a threat from within. He then snubbed our German allies and in an unprecedented move, tacitly endorsed and then met with a far-right candidate from the German parliament who Elon Musk has spent months backing. This is a party that is so extreme that even conservatives in Germany will not form a government with them. Then, over the weekend, Donald Trump went on a wild rant on social media, embracing Vladimir Putin and repeating Russian propaganda, trying to rewrite history and falsely claim that Ukraine started a war against its own people. Then, on Monday, Trump had the United States of America vote against Russia, vote with Russia, North Korea, and China as 4 of the only 8 countries in the world voting in the UN against a resolution supporting Ukraine and affirming Ukraine's sovereignty. When you think about what this means in the context of American history, it's truly astonishing. That same day, which was only 2 days ago, the administration announced that they would proceed with firing another 2,000 USAID workers, even as a court ruled that the administration's dismantling of the aid organization is illegal. And interestingly, one of the main opponents of USAID programs is Donald Trump's buddy, Vladimir Putin. Why? Because among the programs that the U.S. was funding before the funding was frozen was aid to Ukraine, including safe houses on the front lines, a free and open press to help keep people informed what was happening in the war, not to mention refugee resettlement in the United States. USAID was also engaged in democracy building in Eastern Europe and the Balkans, especially with the fall of the USSR. Of course, Mr. Putin didn't like that either. And these investments have been totally decimated over the last several weeks. Over the last 5 years, USAID has funded international aid to 212 countries around the world to promote international peace and security, to help maintain stability, and ensure that we are making good on America's promises. These investments are a fraction of the cost of weapons and defense, and the U.S. in the process is able to help promote national security, stop global pandemics, prevent hunger and mass migrations, and make the world and the United States a safer place. So when we hear conservative allies of Donald Trump repeat wild and unfounded claims about international aid, and we see a coordinated attack by conservative media, think tanks like those who are here today, members of Congress, the administration, we have to ask ourselves, what is really going on here, folks? Why the hell are they so hell-bent on dismantling an organization that has been so vital to American interests and Western democracy for so long? Over the last several days, they have fired thousands of federal employees. It really does make you wonder, doesn't it? And by the way, while they've been doing that, China has actually moved in already to places in South Asia that had their funding cut and is beginning to replace American diplomacy and aid in those places. So as we listen to this hearing today and hear from our witnesses, which I look forward to, I hope that we can get to the bottom of what is actually going on here today. And with that, I look forward to hearing the testimony.
January 24th, Secretary of State Marco Rubio gave an order that came with a waiver for emergency food assistance, which was broadened even further several days later for life-saving services. Secretary Rubio has stated very clearly, we have a blanket waiver, and anybody who tells you they don't understand it, let me repeat it in very simple words. If it saves lives, if it's emergency life-saving aid, food, medicine, whatever, they have a waiver. I don't know how much clearer we can be. And if we're not applying it, then maybe we're not a very good organization and maybe they shouldn't be getting any money at all. Additionally, in-kind food assistance purchased from U.S. farmers is continuing. I'm pleased to introduce our witnesses today. Max Primorak is a senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation's Margaret Thatcher Center for Freedom. He has more than 30 years of international work experience, including as acting chief operating officer at USAID and as a USAID contractor. From 2018 to 2019, he was an administration envoy to Iraq, overseeing a $400 million genocide recovery initiative to facilitate returns of Christians and other persecuted religious minorities. Greg Roman is the executive director of Middle East Forum. He is a frequent commentator about Middle East affairs on both national and international news channels and studied national security and political communications at American University and Interdisciplinary Center in Herzliya. Tyler O'Neill is senior editor at the Daily Signal and author of The Woktopus, The Dark Money Cabal Manipulating the Federal Government. He is a writer and commentator on federal policy and has appeared on both local and national news outlets. Finally, Noam Unger is the Director of Sustainable Development and Resilience Initiative at the Center for Strategic International Studies and a senior fellow with the Project on Prosperity and Development. He has served at both USAID and the U.S. Department of State. Again, I want to thank all of you for being here to testify today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we will have read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Max Primorak for his opening statement.
Madam Chairman, thank you for this opportunity to testify before this very important subcommittee. The views I express here today are my own. Over the past few weeks, indeed, we have been treated to a daily litany of examples of waste, fraud, and abuse of taxpayer-funded foreign aid. The USAID and the State Department used foreign aid as a global platform to push radical and even obscene ideas that have shocked and angered the American people. One cannot help but ask, was there anyone in the room raising their hand to say, this is not a good idea? This might cost us our bipartisan support in Congress. We might lose the trust of the American people. Yes, foreign aid should be a tool to advance our national security interests. In the past, it did. Today, it does not. Frankly, it has been doing harm. While spending more on aid, there is more world poverty and hunger today, more political instability, and developing countries are more beholden to our adversaries. At USAID, I co-chaired an interagency working group that put all aid projects through a counter-China lens. That was dismantled. Instead, the Biden administration wasted billions of dollars on a global green agenda that forced poor countries to rely on China for their energy needs. These countries sought more trade with and investment from the United States to bind our countries closer together. Instead, they got transgender, diversity, and abortion programs that have alienated billions of people. Despite what we hear in the media, there is no linkage between how we do aid and our national security. South Africa has received billions of American aid dollars, yet is China's main Africa partner. South Africa is the S in BRICS. It supports Hamas and Iran and opposes us at every turn at the United Nations. Last summer, Mozambique and Tanzania, other large aid recipients, conducted 2-week military exercises with the People's Liberation Army, expanding Communist China's power projection to the lip of our Atlantic Ocean. 19 of the top 20 USAID recipients are members of China's Belt and Road Initiative. While acting chief operating officer at USAID, I approved strong vetting policies for our humanitarian assistance in countries swarming with terrorists. But that too was ignored by the Biden administration.
a little thing for
Vast
my
sums
wife,
of U.S. money have been
a
diverted
little
to
hammock
fund
net
terrorists
thing.
in Gaza, Syria, Yemen, and Afghanistan. NGOs have been hit with heavy fines for violating our anti-terrorism financing laws. But closer scrutiny is warranted, for the problem is endemic in the aid culture. Last year, USAID launched its $45 million Global Civil Society program based on the social theories of an Italian Marxist. Literally, we have been funding radical NGOs around the world that oppose capitalism, democracy, NATO, and Christianity. None of this is counter-China. This is counter-America. Again, a resounding yes that foreign aid can be a powerful tool of diplomacy to promote freedom, prosperity, and peace in accordance with our national interests
I'll
and
agree
our
with that.
values, but not as an instrument of progressive imperialism. Regardless of which party controls the executive branch, aid officials must ensure that every single foreign aid program can pass the Middle America smell test on waste, fraud, and abuse. Aid decisions must always secure bipartisan support. There must be full transparency on who's being funded and what they're doing, not only for the members of Congress, but especially for the American people. The fiduciary failure of our aid officials over the past 4 years has done tremendous damage to foreign aid's credibility and America's standing in the world. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I now recognize Greg Roman for his opening statement.
Madam Chairman, ranking member, and distinguished members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Greg Roman, Director of the Middle East Forum, and I'm here because there's a fox loose in the henhouse of our foreign aid system, a system intended to uplift lives abroad that instead has funneled millions of taxpayer dollars to radical and terrorist-linked organizations. If we don't fix these fences now, we risk fueling violence against our allies, our troops, and potentially ourselves. Let me be clear. This is a problem that began under the Obama administration and was exacerbated under the Biden administration. It's a problem that has been brewing across both of these 12 years of governance by a bureaucracy so insulated it can't always tell teachers from terrorists. The result is moral confusion among grant officers who unwittingly, and in some cases, may intentionally bankroll extremist causes. At the Middle East Forum for the last 12 years, we've engaged in oversight over all public spending relating to foreign aid, specifically those relating to Middle East and Islamist causes. And we have identified over $122 million, which has ended up supporting radical organizations or even directly bankrolling organizations which are considered to be terrorists by the U.S. government. That's not pocket change. That's a jackpot for the wrong crowd. In terms of our specific findings, World Vision. Over the past 2 decades, this major evangelical NGO has received nearly $2 billion from USAID. But in 2014,
I don't think I heard this point.
World Vision facilitated a $125,000 grant to the Islamic Relief Agency, an entity linked to Al-Qaeda.
Ooh.
Even after a whistleblower raised red flags,
Hell yeah.
USAID rammed
That
through the
sounds
funding,
good.
pressured by World Vision, Sudanese warlords, and even U.S. officials who lobbied to delist the terror organization. Helping Hand Relief and Development. In 2023, only 2 years ago, it received a $78,000 grant from USAID, despite openly working with the terrorists who orchestrated the 2008 Mumbai massacre in India.
Oh, shit.
Worse, the offer and grant came after the USAID Inspector General launched an investigation into a prior grant to the same group. The Jamal Trust Bank in Lebanon. The USAID dollars helped pad the pockets of this financial institution, later designated by the U.S. Treasury Department as a terrorist sponsor for sponsoring Hezbollah. This was no mere oversight. It points to a broken system that handed cash to a future terror financing entity. Some graphical evidence. Behind me, you'll see the Bayadar and Unlimited Friends Association, 2 groups in Gaza. Members of the Gazan charity Bayadar cozy up to senior members of the Hamas Politburo, like Abdul Salam Haniyeh, the son of slaughtered Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, credited as one of the planners of the October 7th attacks on Israel, which killed Israelis and American citizens. Meanwhile, UFA officials have called for their lands to be cleansed from the so-called, quote, impurity of the Jews. You'll see behind me 4 images which don't just show members of Bayadar and UFA associating with members of Hamas, but also USAID officials, employees of the U.S. government, receiving awards because of their cooperation with these 2 Hamas-linked entities. You even have a Facebook post from a few years ago, which is the USAID office in Jerusalem celebrating their relationship with a Hamas entity. I can't find anything more disgusting. And as the ranking member said, we're looking for evidence. This is not a conspiracy. This is a U.S. government communication. Lastly, masking the money trail. Billions of dollars in USAID grants are lumped under miscellaneous foreign awardees, making it impossible for Congress, the media, or the public to track who's really getting the funds. According to public testimony in another hearing in this Congress, a portion of this money has ended up in the hands of Al-Qaeda affiliates in Syria. How does this happen? The oversight conducted by USAID is as weak as a house of cards in a windstorm, like handing out cash in a dark alley and hoping it doesn't buy trouble. USAID's vetting system is archaic, relying heavily on self-reported data with no real-time checks or teeth. Primary grantees are entrusted to vet their own subcontractors, even when those grantees themselves might sympathize with radical causes. In places like Gaza or Sudan, groups with blatant extremist affiliations slip through because the so-called gatekeepers have no incentive or even an ideological desire to shut them out. This isn't a glitch. It's a feature of a broken system. And here's the kicker. It's a problem caused by
I did not hear
bureaucrats now
this, dude.
threatening American interests at home and abroad. It's not just about fraud, waste, and abuse. This is a threat to American national security and potentially criminal, and this committee should take action to ensure that the Department of Justice acts on it and does everything in Congress's power to not just investigate, but refer criminal actions to the proper authorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roman. I now recognize Tyler O'Neill for his opening statement.
Chairwoman Green, members of the subcommittee, the last few weeks have featured revelation after revelation of how our tax
Let me turn my
dollars
camera
have
off for
been
that.
spent propping up radical left-wing causes across the world. Yet what struck me about the abuse of foreign aid has been the connections with leftist activists here at home. As a senior editor at the Daily Signal, I researched the left's dark money network, which propped up the influence campaign I expose in my book, The Woktopus. I found that leftist elites prop up NGOs that staffed and advised the Biden administration, pushing unpopular policies on the American people through the bureaucracy. In my remarks, I will present 3 examples of how the left's dark money network intersects with just one agency focused on foreign aid, the U.S. Agency for International Development. The views I will express in this testimony are my own. The left's dark money network features George Soros and his Open Society Foundations, the Tides Foundation, and the network of nonprofits established by Arabella Advisors. Right here. These groups, which you can see on this chart, funnel cash to DEI, transgender, and climate alarmist causes, divisive issues that the Biden administration prioritized over addressing the concrete needs of the American people. The left's dark money network has deep ties to USAID, which has rightly received renewed scrutiny under Doge and after Elon Musk shined a light on it. While the Open Society Foundations has stated that it does not receive funds from USAID or direct USAID's spending, the Soros-founded nonprofit has a long history with USAID. In 2001, the Soros Foundations Network, which became Open Society, listed USAID among its donor partners. Open Society and USAID have jointly funded the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, a news outlet that attacked conservatives for, you guessed it, criticizing Soros. Open Society and USAID also jointly fund the East-West Management Institute. Among other things, the institute launched court changes in Albania that critics allege resulted in the prosecution of Albanian opposition leader Sali Berisha, silencing the opponent of the country's socialist prime minister. Open Society has hired at least 5 former USAID staff, including at least one high-level official who worked at USAID providing services amid political transitions in foreign countries. Former USAID Administrator Samantha Power met at least twice with Open Society leaders. USAID has directly funded a different organization in the left's dark money network, the Tides Center. The agency has awarded more than $27 million in grants to the center. You'll find the Tides Foundation right here. The Tides Center has funded many of the leftist groups
they're
that
part of
influence
this.
the Biden administration. And it also operates its own in-house nonprofit called Palestine Legal, which represents anti-Israel rioters in court and gives them legal advice. Former USAID staff have also gone on to work for Arabella Advisors, which is a for-profit company that set up pass-through nonprofits. These groups allow donors to support specific projects without being associated with these projects. One of the nonprofits, New Venture Fund, set up a secretive group called Governing for Impact. Even though Governing for Impact had existed for barely 2 years and did not appear in a Google search at the time, its leaders met with and advised top staff in the Biden administration, executive-level bureaucrats who oversaw the vast federal bureaucracy. Leaders of the Rockefeller Foundation, another funder in the left's dark money network, previously held roles at USAID, including the former administrator, who now serves as the foundation's president. Other USAID staff have gone on to work at the nonprofits that staffed and advised the Biden administration, including the Center for American Progress, the Human Rights Campaign, and the American Civil Liberties Union.
They were putting their
Personnel is
activists in
policy.
control.
And these connections between the left's influence campaign on the Biden administration and USAID reveal how woke elites have captured the enterprise of foreign aid. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions, and I will inform
It's
this
just out of focus.
committee and the public watching that if, pardon? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Unger. Apologize. I didn't mean to skip over you. I now recognize Mr. Unger for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member Stansberry, distinguished members of the subcommittee. I am honored to share my views with you. They are my own and not those of my current or former employers. I have served at USAID and the State Department in multiple roles and in non-governmental positions focused on U.S. foreign aid reform and global development. My government service took place during the administrations of Presidents George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Donald Trump. Every U.S. administration since World War II has wanted to shape foreign aid in line with its goals. But strangling the system into extinction is akin to unilaterally disarming at a time of mounting geopolitical competition for partnerships globally. Throwing away our toolbox does not make us safer or well-positioned to influence the world. Our set of foreign aid tools reflects enlightened self-interest. With it, the U.S. countered communism and enhanced the education, farming productivity, and health of people around the world while also saving lives. Our international AIDS and malaria programs have collectively saved more than 35 million lives over the past couple decades. U.S. assistance has also built partnerships and economic growth, so much so that 11 of America's 15 biggest trading partners were former recipients of U.S. foreign assistance. We are now in a period of renewed geostrategic competition. China has been vying with the U.S. for partnerships across the global south, inking deals where it can. China can and will fill soft power voids left by the U.S.
Yeah.
Other potential threats to our security are also connected to developing countries and fragile states. From the potential resurgence of ISIS in the Middle East to the spreading influence of Islamist militants and Russian mercenaries across the Sahel. On the eastern edge of Europe, Russian aggression may continue to grow unchecked. And in Colombia, the strife from neighboring Venezuela is spilling over to yield the worst violence in a generation. With that backdrop, the administration has abruptly and collectively disabled U.S. tools of foreign assistance. The White
Again, everything that could be controlled by a different agency, you're not going to sit there and justify having that agency just be that, especially when a lot of it comes out of not doing good, but doing dark money deals and just really just lining the pockets of everybody with our tax money. Let's just be honest. That's what's actually fucking happening. You think these transgender comic books and all that shit are actually being paid for by our taxpayer dollars in other countries? Like, no. That money's going into somebody's hands.
White House has said it is cutting programs that do not benefit Americans. But their approach is dismantling many programs that help Americans, thereby cutting off our nose to spite our face. This is evident in many ways. First, the government has purchased more than $2 billion in food aid annually from American farmers. And American farms supply more than 40% of the food aid USAID sends around the world. But with the foreign aid freeze and stop work order, rice, wheat, and soybeans are going to waste in transit and in ports. In Houston alone, hundreds of tons of American-grown wheat have been stranded. The recklessness of the current approach is evident in health efforts, too. We need our foreign aid to prevent outbreaks of infectious diseases from spreading before reaching our shores. but U.S.-funded early detection and treatment for deadly diseases like Ebola have sputtered to a standstill. Even where very few waivers have been issued for some life-saving assistance, reports from implementers indicate that few, if any, programs have actually resumed due to payment systems not functioning and USAID staff layoffs. It is also counterproductive to eviscerate programs focused on other transnational concerns, ranging from conflict and corruption to migration and the trafficking of people and drugs. This unserious review process is additionally causing our government to be tied up in court cases that may drag on for years and prove costly in connection to broken contracts and potential violations of law. These losses are unnecessary, even if, or perhaps especially if, you believe, like I do, in the need for reforms. It is critically important to be able to differentiate between waste and congressionally appropriated projects that may reflect different policy priorities. Waste is the food rotting in ports. It's the purchased medicines that cannot be distributed. It is the cutting of programs and firing of people that then in turn prevents this administration from being able to meet its own foreign policy goals. Going forward, government will need an oversight approach to programming that includes the following. 1, a congressional notification and review process so committees can pause or halt projects. 2, implementing partners should undergo audits and submit detailed plans and quarterly expenditure reports. 3, in highly insecure contexts, there should be a vetting of key program staff against classified counterterror databases before U.S. dollars are spent. And 4,
Shouldn't this have been happening beforehand, though? I mean, these are the basics of an agency.
an inspector general should be empowered to conduct investigations and other activities to help identify, prevent, and punish any proven misuse of taxpayer funding. The issue before you today.
I don't know about punish other than bringing charges against somebody because you look at your records and you got video proof of something going on. I mean, I don't think another agency should be able to rip me from my home just because.
Is that these elements are precisely the safeguards that have already been in place at USAID, but the staffing to carry it out has just been gutted. By destroying this system of oversight, the administration has done more damage to effective programming than any specific project failures critics of foreign aid may choose to highlight. We should all care about foreign aid. We should care enough to make it better, not kill it. Congress has a role to play. Thank you.
Thank you, witnesses, for your testimony. Again, Mr. Unger, I apologize. We can also confirm the World Program posted that the recent pause concerning in-kind food assistance to WFP has been rescinded. This allows for resumption of food purchases and deliveries.
Madam Chair?
USAID.
Madam Chair, are we going member to member, or do you get to make a speech in between each witness? If you're going to offer evidence or
you're
testimony,
not
you should be
recognized.
in the clock.
You're not recognized. It's
Sure I
my
am.
time.
Sure I am.
No, you're not. You didn't offer any kind of point of inquiry or anything like that for that. That's not being recognized. That's just being a dick. Just because she fucked up and then you just be like, yeah, stop talking. Yeah, fuck you.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. And this committee, based on this hearing and witness testimonies, will consider recommending investigations and criminal referrals. When Joe Biden was president, his son Hunter was on the board of a Ukrainian energy company called Burisma. The prosecutor general of Ukraine at the time, Viktor Shokin, was investigating Burisma for corruption. Biden threatened, and is on video, to withhold $1 billion of USAID grant to Ukraine if Shokin wasn't fired. Mr. Primorak, is USAID supposed to be used as leverage by a president to protect his son?
No, we call that corruption.
Mr. Primorak, in your estimation, roughly what percentage of USAID funding is doled out to bad actors or to efforts that don't have the best interests of Americans in mind?
I think what troubles me most is learning, I believe last year, following the hard work of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and Senator Joni Ernst, that USAID has been paying out over 50% to overhead charges. The Office of Inspector General of USAID criticized the agency for not knowing the overhead charges being handed out to all of these actors for $142 billion of disbursements.
Wait,
That is
what?
extremely troubling.
Yes. Mr. Primorak, Samantha Power, Biden's USAID administrator, openly spoke about her agency's
think I know what
efforts
he's
to
talking about
promote
with that.
democracy around the world. In your estimation, Mr. Primorak, is that what she
I
was
think I
doing?
remember that story.
If not, what was USAID doing during the Biden administration?
Let me cite the Holy Father, Pope Francis, who accused USAID and other donors of promoting ideological colonization, pushing a radical ideology onto the developing world that is anti-family and anti-life.
It has been asserted that USAID spent tens of millions of American taxpayer dollars to promote propaganda in Brazil in the lead up to the Bolsonaro-Lula election in 2022. It has been claimed that this funding was used to pass censorship laws and silence Bolsonaro's online presence, and even bar him from running for office in the future. Mr. Primorak, can you offer any insight into these allegations, or at least comment on whether the U.S. should play a role in toppling democratic processes around the world?
I think what we saw was USAID weaponized by the Biden administration and by Samantha Power to attack any party that was conservative. It just didn't happen in Brazil. It
She
also
does.
happened, for instance, in very pro-America, Poland and Hungary as well.
One of the most extensive examples of
take it easy, RP.
regime change operations fueled by USAID is that of their role in the Syrian civil war aimed at toppling Bashar al-Assad. Reports from DD Geopolitics and other sources estimate that USAID funneled over $15 billion into Syria over a decade, covertly funding opposition groups, mercenaries, and anti-government networks under the cover of humanitarian aid. This included support for militant factions and propaganda efforts, often in collaboration with the National Endowment for Democracy. The operation culminated in Assad's overthrow in 2024 by Western-backed groups, with USAID's financial trails documented in congressional budget reports and criticized by Syrian officials as interference masked as assistance. Mr. Roman, do these kinds of activities carried out by an American agency make Americans safer at home, or do they risk embroiling us in more deadly and costly foreign conflicts?
When the agency is doing it according to the way in which represents American national security interests, it's correct. But when it's abused for political purposes, ideological umbrage, and sponsoring Islamism, which is inherently anti-American, it is the worst exhaustion of American taxpayer money that can be thought of, especially when it leads to the loss and danger to American lives.
In 2014, during the Euromaidan uprising in Ukraine, which led to the ousting of President Viktor Yanukovych, USAID is estimated to have spent billions of dollars on civil society initiatives that were allegedly designed to destabilize the pro-Russian government. USAID specifically funded NGOs and media outlets that amplified the anti-Yanukovych sentiment in an effort to align Ukraine more closely with the West. We also know that 9 out of 10 of Ukraine's major media outlets receive funding from USAID. Mr. Roman, should Americans' tax dollars be funding propaganda?
When it's pro-American propaganda, yes. But if it's supporting another regime which is inherently anti-American, no, it should have no involvement with that, which is the pattern we've seen under the Biden and Obama administrations.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member for 5.
What do you mean by American propaganda? Because that's what they've been doing on the news. I mean, that is American propaganda. They were using propaganda on the people for the last, 10 years now, 12 years, 14 years, something like that? What? Yeah, yeah, shit. 2012 it actually started, but it kicked up around 2015, 2016. So yeah.
5 minutes.
About a decade.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, and good morning. I appreciate that this committee is going to shed some light on what's going on at USAID, but I do really wish that our friend with his golden chainsaw would drop on by, because you know what, Mr. Musk, we really would like to know what you're up to. And so far, our friends across the aisle have shielded you from appearing in front of Congress.
You have never
So come on
officially
down.
asked him.
Bring your chainsaw. We'll be happy to host you. let's dive into some of our questions with the witnesses here. Mr. Primorak, I appreciate your federal service. Thank you for serving as a Fed. I hope that you do not share some of the same sentiments we've heard here in Congress over the last several days, that our federal workers are somehow enemies of the state, but in fact are selfless, dedicated individuals who serve our federal government and dedicate their life to this work. And I understand that you were the author of the USAID chapter, Project 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I was intrigued to read it last night because there was a number of things that I agreed with, both in your testimony and in the chapter. In fact, some of the things that I agreed about are that U.S. foreign aid is a powerful tool, that it should align with national security interests, that we should not be empowering foreign adversaries. And I, too, am also deeply concerned about autocratic regimes like our adversaries in China, who are aggressively investing in soft power at the expense of the United States. And I also agree strongly with all the witnesses that we need reforms to our foreign aid, that we need more oversight, vetting, auditing, and inspection of what is going on. However, and I recognize that, Mr. Primorak, you didn't really touch on this in your oral testimony here today. I was surprised that in Project 2025 and some of your other statements, that one of the primary areas that you really have disagreed with the foreign aid that has happened under other administrations is in the areas specifically of climate change, LGBTQ rights issues, and promoting diversity and DEI. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And although you did not testify as much today here about these issues, I want to just make sure you do believe in
God
climate
damn,
change,
come on, shut up
correct?
now. What?
Climate change, sure.
Yes.
Climate changes all the time. I'm a big reader of history. And you can
Yes.
see throughout the millennia. There's been
Absolutely. And you
massive changes in
understand that
climate.
right now our allies in the Pacific who are on the front lines in pushing back against Chinese authoritarianism are requesting climate assistance from the United States because they are facing some of the most extreme impacts of climate change, correct?
According to USAID
Just a
document,
yes or no, sir. You
there's been a
understand
drop
that
of
about our Pacific
99%
allies, right?
of people killed by climate change. 99% drop.
Sir, the
So it's not
question is,
radicalism,
do
it's good
you
infrastructure.
understand that our Pacific allies, who we have
What?
defense agreements and compacts with, are asking the United States for climate assistance as for the exchange to provide a place for the United States, for example, to push back against Chinese authoritarianism?
You mean we're just giving them money for climate change so we can have troops in the area? Man, that's a bribery.
You understand that, correct?
Yes, under Trump,
Yes.
we were
Okay.
helping
So
those
that is
islands.
why we are involved in providing financial assistance and foreign aid around climate change, in addition to the fact that it is a global threat. Now, I understand that you also, and I'm not even going to use the language here because I very much disagree with it. But I just want to ask, you agree that LGBTQ people exist and have human rights, right?
What?
Absolutely. We were
Yeah.
doing that under Trump
Okay.
1.
And you also agree that our governments and our institutions should look like and reflect the people that they represent, especially overseas? But it's part of being able to actually engage with foreign governments, correct?
If we want to do counter China, there's nothing more that has
I'm
alienated
asking
billions
you a
of
very
people than pushing
straightforward
an
question.
ideology that they resent.
Okay. Well, I see that you're not interested in engaging in the conversation. And while we can agree to disagree,
What
I'll
conversation?
take this as a difference in values, maybe worldview. But I just want to point out here that this perfectly aligns with what the Trump administration is doing and trying to gut programs around diversity, equity, inclusion, supporting LGBTQ rights and human rights overseas, and climate change, and helping our allies overseas. And this is not waste, fraud, and abuse. This is a different worldview. You can't just call something waste, fraud, and abuse because you disagree with it. Now, Mr. O'Neill, it's nice to see you.
Ma'am, it's waste, fraud, and abuse because we don't even agree with it here. But yet, just because you want it to exist doesn't mean my tax dollars needs to pay for it everywhere across the fucking world. Are you? I know you're retarded, but stop with the stupidity, please.
You here again. Nope. I am out of time and I will circle back. Thank you.
I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and I appreciate you holding this hearing. I appreciate you witnesses for being here. It's been astonishing to watch. We already knew that there was a tremendous amount of waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal government, but to watch over the last few weeks as the extent and egregiousness of it has been revealed. I've said a number of times how aggravating it is that this government is forcing the American people to pay for the demise of their own country. We've seen this a number of times, especially in how foreign aid is treated. And much of this funding we're realizing now, as Mr. O'Neill has pointed out, we're uncovering is the world's largest money laundering scheme in history. And so I would like to think that if these kind of things were put to a vote, that our friends on the left wouldn't vote to support a pickle maker in the Ukraine or to have transgender operas in other countries or to send people to Paris Fashion Week and the like. I would like to think if that was a vote, that would also get a no vote on the other side of the aisle, that this is stuff that is not necessarily, the taxpayer dollars shouldn't be funding. But you got to wonder about the vitriol you see when these things come and cover to protect these things. Now, definitely the border trafficking institution that was set up, the complete industry, the censorship apparatus, those are examples where we really saw that these taxpayer dollar funds were going to these NGOs that were purely leftist organizations that were turning out voters and getting all this, basically being a campaign front at taxpayer expense. And so you got to wonder how this is happening because this is not in the legislation. There's no line item in a legislation that has these sort of things in it. So, Mr. Primack, I'd like to ask you, where are these decisions being made?
You started off strong, but it's starting to trail off.
About where these dollars go?
This is a combination of cooperation between the Congress and the White House. I can tell you that during my tenure at USAID, everything that we did had strong bipartisan support. Unfortunately, when President Biden came in,
but it's someone in an agency somewhere. Is that right? Making the decision at how's that decision made? Who's making that decision? Like that is before the check goes out. Who's pushing the button that says send this check?
It starts with the administrator, goes down to the bureau level and the office level. But in the end, contract officers have to make sure at the Office of Acquisition Procurement that these are following U.S. laws and the policies of the president.
Contract officers. Now, are these people elected? We hear a lot about elected officials making these, certain decisions.
There's no one at USAID that is elected.
So, yeah, so the people sending the money are not elected officials. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. One of the issues we've had is trying to track this dollars once it goes out to bring accountability to it. And there is no connection that we've been able to find to an employee ID number, for example, connected to where the grant money is going out or the contract money is going out. We're working on legislation to fix that. But one of the things that's really disturbing is the fact that some of the money that's going out doesn't even have a name of where it's going out. You talked about that, Mr. Roman. Could you speak to that for a second? It's to the tune of billions of dollars.
Correct. Miscellaneous foreign awardees. The issue with it is that while the individual grantees have to apply for a vetting process that USAID conducts in terms of a government review, including with counterterrorism databases, there's a self-certification process by their sub-grantees. It's as if though you hire a contractor in your house to redo your living room, and he hires a bunch of robbers to take everything out, and you're left with the spades on the wall rather than having a fully renovated room itself.
And so some of these dollars have been going to support terrorist organizations.
Right.
And taxpayer dollars going to support. Now, what would happen if we found a business that was funneling money to the Taliban?
They would be indicted. They would be charged, go before trial, and go to jail for a 20-year sentence for money laundering or for material support for terrorism.
So this is one of those cases where it's only legal if the government's doing it?
Right. In the opening chairman's remarks, she was saying that this is about fraud, waste, and abuse. And if it was anyone else, it's as if though a private citizen can't do this, but if a U.S. government agency or bureaucrat wants to give money to a terror organization, it's okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
I find that atrocious. I think the American people do too. Mr. Perback, I want to touch on one thing because I've talked
Giving
to
aid and comfort to
ambassadors
the
across
enemies of the United
world, and you
States.
hear this. We'd like to align ourselves with the United States. We don't want to align ourselves with China, but when we're talking to China, they're talking roads, bridges, infrastructure, those kind of things, things we traditionally know as soft power. But right now, when they're talking to the United States, what they've gotten from our State Department over the last few years is social reengineering. Many of them have come to say, you know, our nation espouses Judeo-Christian values. They don't. And even as I talk to pastors across our country who are working to send millions into missionaries, their eyes in Christian universities to understand the fact that our State Department is actually sending billions to counteract those ideals. Could you speak to that?
You can quickly answer. We have to move on.
I've spoken to many foreign African officials, for example, when they're meeting with Mr. Blinken, they were ready to talk counter-genocide. Instead, they got to social reengineering.
I now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank the witnesses for
This
helping
one's
the
going to
committee
hurt,
with
I
its work.
promise you.
I've been here a while, so I was here actually when President George W. Bush was confronted with wars in both Iraq and Afghanistan. And in the midst of that, members of this committee, I was in the lead because I was chair of the National Security Subcommittee. We went to Iraq and Afghanistan, and we vetted some of the billions of dollars that the president spent over there. Some of it was wisely spent in the best interest of protecting our sons and daughters in uniform. Others purely wasted that I think fell into the hands of our enemies. I think that has been true of every administration that has tried as they might to strengthen America's national security by investments abroad. I do want to say that what troubles me greatly is that now we have a cessation of all foreign aid. And, you know, just take Ukraine, for example. You know, I know it's been $174 billion in aid from the U.S. to Ukraine. But it's important to note that that $174 billion, most of it was spent here in the United States and paying defense workers and defense contractors and putting Americans to work. 90% of that on the defense side. And then when you look at the grain shipments that we have made, not only to Ukraine, but to others, because obviously they're agricultural.
So you mean to tell me we were paying them to pay us to build them weapons from our shores? Why didn't we just pay ourselves and just give it to them then? Huh.
Systems are inoperable right now. Those are American farmers. And Madam Chair, I would like to ask for unanimous consent just to submit this article from the Associated Press entitled "The USAID Shutdown is Upending the Livelihoods of Farmers and Other Americans."
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and what also troubles me is that now we have a president saying that Ukraine started the war. And Mr. Ullman, you're a really smart guy. You're up on this stuff. You pay attention. Do you seriously believe that Zelensky invaded Russia? Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. I'm just happy to hear you say that. I expected that, but look, members on this committee, some are new, so some weren't there, but we all sat in classified briefings for months where our defense and intelligence personnel would brief us and say, okay, this week, Vladimir Putin is moving his armored divisions from Vladivostok in eastern Russia, 4,000 miles and positioning them in front of the Ukraine border, anticipating an invasion. And then, you know, afterwards, after the invasion, actually 2020, I think it was, Putin took credit, said, I ordered the special operation against Ukraine. And yet, you know, we have a president saying the opposite. He's saying that Ukraine invaded Russia. They started the war. And it's just, you know, to restate Mr. Primarak's question, was there one Republican in the room that raised their hand and said, no, Mr. President, no, Mr. President, that is a lie. That is false. I didn't hear anything. Not one of my colleagues. Correct.
I'm going to point this out. I thought this was a bad symbol, right? Hold up.
Next question. Was there one Republican in the room that raised their hand and said, no, Mr. President, no, Mr. President, that is a lie.
I thought we were told that was the symbol of the Nazis. That's proof. Elon did that. He's a Nazi.
That is false. I didn't hear anything. Not one of.
I mean, that hand was down. Those fingers were flat.
That is false. I didn't hear anything. No.
Are we not going to talk about this, ladies and gentlemen? Let's learn. It's a stupid ass argument. But isn't that what they try to say about Elon Musk?
Not one of my colleagues corrected the president and stood up to him and said, no, Mr. President. No, Mr. President. It was Russia. It was Russia that started that war. They invaded Ukraine. And it's right for the U.S.
No, Mr. Lynch. No, Mr. Lynch. The regions that Russia has taken, actually, all three of them had voted to secede from Ukraine and be part of Russia. So much so that Ukraine was shelling the citizens to tell them to shut the fuck up. So if they actually voted to be part of Russia, though the official proceedings never even happened, ideologically, wouldn't they be part of Russia? And if you go in there shelling them, aren't you invading Russia? Now, legally, at that point in time, that was Ukraine just shelling its own citizens.
To stand with Ukraine and their people. I didn't hear any of that. That's what troubles me. You know, I had instances where I agreed with George W. Bush on some things. And I had plenty that I disagreed with. But, you know, that's Congress's role here.
What?
That's our job, to call out the truth to power. And so
what?
This idea that all foreign aid should be suspended is an attack on common sense. It's an attack on American national security for this country, and we should be more careful. I agree. Let's look at the areas where we're spending foreign aid in an area.
I told you yesterday, I don't think this is purposely fucking stupid at this point.
Let's get rid of the stuff. Some of it you've already pointed out that it is not in our central interest. That's a good process that I would like to engage in. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
20% effective.
I now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues across the aisle are quick to judge the actions of this president in the early days of his administration. But I didn't hear any loud voices from across the aisle when President Biden, who was clearly experiencing severe cognitive decline, ran this country. I don't even know who was running the country. I don't know who was making the decisions. I don't know how those decisions were being formed and who was signing the executive orders he was engaging in. So it's just very rich that I'm hearing all of these concerns about.
That's what I was talking about.
President Trump's
efforts
to negotiate.
What I was talking about is what led up to the first invasion in 2014.
Negotiate peace in Ukraine and the manner in which he's going about it. And I hate it, but I think I have to set the record straight, because President Trump and his team went to Munich to the security conference just weeks ago, and they were engaged in diplomacy. They were trying to create an opportunity for the United States to have a financial and economic interest in the future of Ukraine. And that was through a minerals deal, the U.S. has a
You know
strategic
what? Fuck
interest
it. It's
in
late enough now.
having a long-term supply chain for rare earth minerals. And so President Trump said, we can get on board with this. Let's do this. It might not be the NATO membership that they want, but it's a close second. And so your
We
concern
defend you if you
is
give us our minerals.
related
Yes.
to those conversations because
Or if you
Zelensky
give us
originally
your
said,
minerals.
yes, let's do it. That sounds like a good deal. And then within 24 hours, he backtracked. He did a 180. And he actually started disparaging President Trump. And he was disparaging the administration. So, yeah, President Trump said some things and tried to create pressure to then bring Zelensky back to the table. Oh, guess what? Guess who's on the way to Washington to sign the minerals deal? So I get it that my colleagues across the aisle want to throw stones at everything that President Trump does. My favorite was when President Trump was engaging with Canada and Mexico, and the Democrats didn't even have time to throw stones at his attempt to bring them to the table to secure their side of the border because it only took them 4 or 5 hours to come to the table. The articles hadn't even gone to print yet. So look, President Trump is going to negotiate peace in Ukraine. He's going to bring all of our hostages home in Gaza, and he has deserved the leeway. Now to the issue at hand, USAID. 77 million people voted for President Trump because we are out of balance. The Biden administration, whoever was running the show, engaged in ridiculous policies that the American people disagree with, whether it's with DEI or trans policies, whatever it is. We're turning the page, and we're not going to abdicate our leadership in the global community. We're going to hit reset.
Big dictator.
Because we are so out of
Big dictator, little dictator. Yeah, I mean, the dude actually suspended elections because he was at war and ain't shit going on. So he damn sure don't want to stop this war because he's got full and absolute control. And he played a fucking piano with his dick.
balance. That all we can do is go to zero and then build back. Because we're not going to spend $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala or $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. These are ridiculous policies that the American people have overwhelmingly said they do not want.
You're right.
So, Mr. Roman, to the issue at hand, how do we make sure when we get our foreign aid back running that we don't give money to terrorists? That's a great question.
So there's 4 recommendations that I would offer. The first is no more miscellaneous listings, as we had heard from the gentleman before. We have to use public vetting processes that require complete transparency, encourage independent audits, and mandate
Can we go
strict
back to
screening.
that? Why did we not have transparency before?
I have, for the last 18 months, been trying to get information about a grant made to what we believe is a Hamas affiliate, and the Freedom of Information Act Department or the Freedom of Information Officer at USAID has stonewalled me for the last year and a half. And this goes back all the way to 2015. It's as if though
Bureaucrats think they know better.
bureaucrats think they know better.
Guess what? We're going to create transparency across all of government. And that is what President Trump is doing through Elon Musk. Elon Musk has been asked by the president to serve, and he is going to bring transparency, not just to USAID, to every single nook and cranny of the government, because that is what the American people want. And it's 2025. We have the ability to do that. Mr. Roman, continue. What else can we do to make sure?
I'll go quick. I know we're limited. Stronger accountability mechanisms, clawback provisions, stiff penalties for misuse, criminal investigations if you go towards the terrorism financing. The State Department, under Secretary Rubio's review, must have a roadmap for better oversight. And lastly, the legislature must give teeth to its funding bills. We have to be able to have robust penalties, transparency mandates, and real-time oversight tools rather than waiting 3 years to get reports from contractors when they've already committed the violation past the
Thank you
statute
for
of
that.
limitations.
I'm out of time. We all know sunlight is the best disinfectant, and that's the path forward. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. A member of the public audience made an obscene gesture. It was caught on camera to a member of Congress.
So
I would like to remind everyone in the hearing room to follow the rules of decorum. Capitol Police will now remove the offender, and I expect members of the audience to maintain decorum. We'll take a pause for a brief moment.
It was caught on camera. I want to kind of go back, but I don't want to do it. Probably flipped him a bird. Oh, who is it? Take him.
Point of order or a point of clarification, Madam Chair. Okay. Well, never mind.
Do you have a parliamentary inquiry?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm okay now.
Okay. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for
Were you about to argue how it is offensive to flip somebody the bird, bitch?
5 minutes.
Okay, well,
I would expect to be
thank you
escorted
to
out if I did that
our
shit.
ranking member, our chairwoman, and I want to thank our witnesses for also
I wouldn't be allowed in because I have a loud mouth. But yes.
for being here today. Thank you all for joining us. So this is obviously our second hearing on Doge, and certainly as Elon Musk and Donald Trump work together to destroy our federal agencies. Now, a lot has happened in just the last few weeks since Doge has been off rating the federal agencies that we care so much about. We know that FAA staff have been fired, making our airspace less safe. Veterans Affairs staff have been fired, risking services for our vets. Food safety and health staff have been fired as we face a bird flu pandemic. And all of our agencies have been thrown into chaos by Elon Musk's emails demanding, of course, that federal workers respond to what they're doing.
Everything's being thrown into chaos for an email because nobody knows what to do. Then just respond to the email. Goddamn. What do you mean, sir? Nobody knows what to do? You telling me you can't respond to even Swalwell said fighting fascism 5 times and then said you're a dick. That was his response.
Doing in the last week, which he's now had to, of course, retract. Now, we're here today to discuss Elon's attack on foreign aid, which has been severe. And I want to also bring again, this is a pic of co-president Elon Musk, who, of course, is leading Doge. And I brought this pic, of course, to our last hearing. And I know some folks were upset by it. But just to be clear, we know that Elon Musk is dangerous, he's incompetent, he's chaotic, and he's killing programs that we rely on. We know that he's helping to push through massive cuts to Medicaid that could rip healthcare away from millions. He's pushing tax cuts that will benefit him and his billionaire friends. And he is causing real harm to federal workers. Now, some of Mr. Musk's most damaging actions have actually been towards USAID, which we're discussing today. Over 14,000 adults and 1,500 infants have now been estimated to have possibly died because of the Trump administration's attack on AIDS treatment programs that are actually ongoing, as we know. They're hurting real people and damaging our national security. Now, if you look at this chart,
And I don't understand this fucking argument. 1 to 2% of total spending. So all the spending we ever fucking do for foreign aid is only 1 to 2% of it. So don't even worry. 1 to 2% of everything we spend is fucking huge in the first place. I mean, every time we got a new bill going on, it's like $2 trillion fucking dollars and shit. It's the new omnibus and all that shit. It's like $2 trillion fucking dollars. 2 trillion, that would be 200 billion, 20 billion. Yeah, that'd be about $40 billion at most. Just wasted. But don't worry about that. Don't worry about it at all, right?
and you look at all spending in the government, and you want to look at foreign aid, of course, of which USAID is a part of, it's less than 1% of our total budget. USAID spends around $40 billion per year. Around $40 billion per year of this entire federal budget. Meanwhile, other parts of the budget, including, for example, the
I don't
Defense
understand
Department,
your argument here.
spend almost 16% of all federal spending in fiscal year 2025. In fact, about half of other discretionary spending in this chart. Now, the Department of Defense is the
Garcia, you are literally telling me that I am hemorrhaging money. I am about to lose my house and everything because I can't afford to pay my bills. But just because I give my neighbor 1% of my fucking income, I can't cut that off. There ain't no way you're going to sit there and tell me that that's the thing. If I can't help myself at home, how am I going to help you? You retarded asshole.
Only agency to never pass an audit. USAID actually passes audits all the time. And yet we're attacking the one agency that actually is able to pass an audit while we leave
It's
untouched
chilly here, yes.
the agency, of course, that can't even pass an audit. Last year, the Department of Defense failed to account for 63% of its assets. Trillions of dollars worth of equipment haven't been properly documented. And it's not just their failure to pass an audit. I want to just quickly ask about some key programs that are over budget and behind schedule. This, of course, we know here is the F-35 fighter jet. Will cost us
Good
$2
question.
trillion over the course of its life cycle. These planes are often delivered late. They often cannot fly. And right now, we know that the F-35 is $183 billion over budget. Mr. Unger, which is more?
I mean, he is right about this. This is the same plane that the dude ejected from, and it flew itself like 14 miles off fucking course before they downed it. Same thing, because it was run by AI.
$183 billion cost overrun of the F-35 or the entire USAID budget?
The former.
And kind of think coming back to that, I wonder where it was actually headed. Was it just headed in a random direction, just faulty programming or something like that? Or was it actually just trying to gain control of something to go towards a target? That would be a good fucking question.
That you mentioned, sir.
And this is the Littoral Combat Ship. The Navy, by the way, thinks this is basically useless in actual combat. Could have a lifetime cost of over $100 billion, according to ProPublica. Mr. Unger, that's also way more than the entire USAID budget. Is that right?
Yes, way more.
Thank you. And I also want to just ask you about the Central Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Program, which has seen its costs soar over 81% during its program cycle. It costs $141 billion with cost overruns and.
All right, I will defend this one. This is a mutually assured destruction kind of situation. I'm sorry, I don't want to be caught with my pants down as somebody wants to launch fucking ICBMs at me. I think I should have the capacity to launch them back, sir. What are you talking about here? Now, the fact that its budget has ballooned the fuck up, there is probably a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in every fucking case you've brought up here. I do agree. Let's look into them. But I feel like you're going to try to make a deceptive point here in a second. Let's follow it up.
Soaring program cost. Mr. Unger, I'm going to ask you, but is $141 billion more than the entire USAID budget?
Absolutely.
Mr. Unger, Elon Musk and his companies have received about almost $40 billion in government contracts, loans, subsidies, and tax credits. That amount, that roughly $40 billion, is basically enough to run USAID for an entire year. Is that correct, Mr. Unger?
That is correct for USAID's budget and the programs that it manages.
The majority isn't talking about Elon Musk programs or asking them here to testify.
Ladies and gentlemen, this motherfucker is putting satellites that carry internet in low Earth orbit across the world with a manageable fucking ping and great fucking speeds, launched by his own rockets that he is now catching with chopsticks. NASA couldn't do this shit. Not in the amount of time he has. And not at the efficiency that he has. This motherfucker's drilling holes, building fucking for that monorail shit. He's got the boring company to drill holes for subways and tunnels and things like that he's actually fucking. This motherfucker's trying to put chips in people's brains. Yeah, banality of evil be damned. But all the money that we have given to him, we can attribute to some success with what he has done with it. USAID, the only success that we can actually attribute to what they have done is fucking horrible.
They're attacking USAID and are supporting a billionaire who gets richer every single day. We got to push back every single time. And with that, I yield back.
I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Mr. Roman, are you aware that we are sending $40 million a week to the Taliban?
Yes, sir.
Can you name other instances of foreign aid going to terrorist organizations?
We have assisted al-Shabaab in Somalia. There's been instances of the Hamzi network in Sudan, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, Kata'iba Hezbollah, Hayat Tahrir al-Shams in Syria. Dozens of terror organizations have received indirect assistance from U.S. foreign aid.
Could you elaborate a little bit on the mechanisms in place that are to stop foreign aid from going to terrorist groups, and why are they not working if we have any in place?
Sure.
And I would note that these are, you notice these are terrorist weaponry. You see some AKs, SKSs, some snipers, some clips, some clip carriers, probably made in China. And I believe these are small landmines here beside right there.
Let's use Gaza as our case study. $2.1 billion in American taxpayers' money to Gaza since October 7th when Hamas invaded southern Israel. USAID money was going in terms of an emergency use authorization to try to go to parties that USAID formerly had a relationship with in the Gaza Strip. They had to have been vetted by OFAC. They should have been vetted against the special designated terror list from the State Department and from other Treasury organizations. Waivers were granted because they said that there was an emergency use to have that money come in to Gaza, thereby jettisoning the usual typical screening procedures. As a result, 90% of aid that was going from the United States by way of its agents in Gaza ended up in Hamas-controlled areas. And this is ridiculous. Essentially, what the U.S. assistance to Gaza did was underwrite the ability for Hamas to survive until the ceasefire was just passed a few weeks ago. There was no strategic thought for it, and there was no screening.
Seems like the emergency might have been armed terrorists to kill civilians. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate. And even more than that, Samantha Powers, the administrator for USAID, was intent on having Israel not be able to defend itself.
To not be able to defend it.
Correct.
Mr. Primorak, is that correct? How do you say that? Primorak? I got Burchett, man. Nobody gets mine right, so don't worry about it. What is it? Primorak?
Perfect.
All right, thanks, brother. How did terrorists exploit our foreign aid loopholes?
Well, we have a lot of our
Can
international.
you pull your mic up? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You have international NGOs and UN agencies actively lobby here in Washington, D.C. against vetting policies that would prevent it. I was the senior vetting officer at USAID, and what
Hold on
we
a
did.
second. Did you say United Nations is doing this? The UN?
Sure, everybody who's getting money lobbies here.
That they're lobbying against us. I'm sorry, Mr. Roman.
There's actually someone who used to work for one of those lobbies, the largest NGO lobby, Interaction. One of our co-witnesses here worked for them from 2018 to 2023. USAID effectively self-funds its own external private lobby that then goes back to Congress and asks for more money for USAID.
So the taxpayers fund this lobbyist who's working against American interests.
Correct.
Possibly killing our allies and possibly Americans.
They bring together
Actually,
groups
yes, I do,
in
Rhoda.
Washington that oversees work with groups that kill Americans.
Yeah, I don't need a flow chart to show that. I appreciate it. Do you think USAID programs have been aligned with the national security interests of the U.S.?
No, they have not. They have actually helped China.
Mr. Roman?
No.
Okay. How do these programs compromise our national security, Mr. Primorak?
They actually push China. They actually push much of the world towards China on the green energy agenda. They push people, ordinary people, billions of people towards China because of the resentment caused by our social re-engineering.
Are we being lobbied by these pro-communist China groups currently?
Well, a lot of these countries don't even have to lobby because they get the money anyway, like South Africa.
Yeah, and in
Roman.
fact, these lobbyists have come to the House and have tried to kill legislation like HR 160, which was meant to increase transparency in USAID's funding of overseas
Is
organizations.
that a current piece of legislation?
That's from the last session,
And give me that number again.
HR 160.
And what does it do?
It was meant to give U.S. lawmakers the ability to have higher transparency in terror financing investigations aimed at scrutinizing extremist groups.
Mr. Premack?
We had a regulation before we left in the last administration that anybody who touches money in countries where there's terrorists, those names have to go through databases, terrorist databases. That was overturned by Biden.
Overturned by Biden. Chair Lady, I am currently 5 seconds, but I wanted to mention something. There's a lot of rhetoric used on this committee, and I would urge my friends on both sides of the aisle, let's stick to the actual information. This rhetoric is, I've received death threats, and I know the chair lady has, and it needs to stop. We need to tone it down. Thank you, Chair Lady, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett.
Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to enter a few items into the record relating to the waivers that have been provided by the secretary. And because Mr. Burchett just went now, there is some reporting, and perhaps he's in the room if he'd like to respond, Madam Chair. In this reporting, it says that Representative Burchett told a reporter that he has a real problem with a report that 2 Doge employees blocked PEPFAR funding that should have been granted a waiver by the secretary, and said that if it was a mistake, they should have been fired. We also have numerous reports here that these waivers may exist, but they are not being enforced. And there are thousands of federal aid workers across the world right now that are stranded, as well as international aid that is sitting in ports and docks.
If you have the documentation without objection.
I'm not sure if my name was besmirched. If I'm allowed to respond or not, it's fine either way.
No, it's just a report. I'm not.
Okay, but anybody that works for the president that goes against what he says, he has a right to fire them. So thank you.
Absolutely. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar, for 5 minutes.
Apparently
I'm
they
going
did.
to
I didn't see either
do
one.
something that I've never done
On
in
either side,
a
live, whatever.
congressional
I don't even see
hearing
it in
before.
StreamYard.
And that is plead for help from the American people, plead for help from my Republican colleagues on something that we actually all agree on, because lives are at stake right now. I'm going to start by describing the facts on the ground. Millions of people are at risk of dying of starvation in areas of the world where Democrats and Republicans have already agreed and committed to feeding them with American-grown food for humanitarian reasons and for global stability. But yesterday, I spoke with people in charge of warehouses in Sudan and Ethiopia, warehouses full of food, but because of Doge, that food is trapped in the warehouse, out of reach of starving and dying moms and kids. In those 2 countries alone, 150,000 children and moms are at risk of dying this month if that food is not delivered from the warehouse to them right up the road. Everyone agrees that's not supposed to happen. Republicans voted for this food, and Democrats voted for this food to get out. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the food should go out as part of his life-saving waiver. Doge Chairwoman Marjorie Taylor Greene started this hearing by saying that life-saving food programs should still be running. We have paid for the food, and we have shipped it, and it is sitting trapped in the warehouse because Doge is blocking the payments needed to get the food out to the people who need it. So here's what that means. It means that kids are dying, and more will die tomorrow of severe acute malnutrition. If you want nightmares, just Google severe acute malnutrition and look at the photos. The way that healthcare workers determine if a kid is dying of this is they measure their bicep. And if their bicep is less than 4.5 inches around, then that means you could die of starvation tomorrow. Think of a kid's arm fitting through this hole. Think of your kid's arm fitting through this hole. These kids could die tomorrow.
I don't like the way you phrase that. I do not like the way you phrase that, sir. Let's do this. I'm going to take him off screen, but you're still going to be able to hear him. Let's see if this works. Tell me if you guys can hear it.
If their bicep is less than 4.5 inches around, then that means you could die of starvation tomorrow.
Can y'all hear that? Chat, anybody out there? There is a delay of about 20 seconds or so, 20, 30 seconds. I do realize that, but you can hear that though, right? Yeah, I mean, that is true. But then again, they're fat as shit. A lot of homeless people are fat as shit. It is still weird. But you can hear that while I'm full screen, right? Come on, guys. Nothing? Ain't nobody gonna say anything? Yes, I heard it. No. Y'all are some dicks. All right, fine. We'll just go back. Since nobody wants to answer it. Screw it. I just wanted to let you hear it without the visual.
Think of a kid's arm fitting through this hole. Think of your kid's arm fitting through this hole.
No.
These kids could die tomorrow. You've heard today about the waiver for
It sounds wrong.
life-saving humanitarian assistance, and all I'm asking is for Rubio's waiver to be made real.
Imagine not
People
being
watching
able to
at
see
home,
this
You
hole.
can do something about this. I know many of these hearings are live on Fox News. I'm a Democrat. For many of the people watching, you may not agree with me on many issues, but I think we can all agree that this food needs to get out of the warehouse and to these kids. I've gotten phone calls from conservative friends, people of faith that moved to Africa to live out their faith of I was naked and you clothed me, I was hungry and you fed me, and they agree that this food should be given out. So call your Republican congressperson, call the White House, tell them you know they didn't mean to do this, that this food needs to go out tomorrow. If you're in the press, cover this story. Ask questions about Ethiopia. Ask questions about Sudan. Tell the world about this. And to my Republican colleagues, Doge is not going to listen to me, but you can fix this. Pick up the phone, make a phone call. Y'all could save lives today.
Good
Send an
God,
email.
Plenty.
Please put politics aside, get the food out of the warehouse, save these kids' lives. You can save these kids' lives. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields without objection, and I'm entering for the record
Unless you've
post
been
from the World
furiously
Food
typing, probably.
Program that states we can confirm that the recent pause concerning in-kind food assistance to WFP purchased from U.S. farmers with Title II funds has been rescinded. This allows for the resumption of food purchases and deliveries under existing USAID agreements. It also enables WFP to continue working with our NGO partners who play a vital role in distributing emergency food assistance to people affected by war, floods, droughts, and other disasters around the world. WFP continues to work closely with the U.S. counterparts and all our donors to ensure consistent, uninterrupted emergency food assistance to hunger hotspots that span Sudan, South Sudan, Gaza, Haiti, and other crisis areas. I now recognize the gentleman, where's my list? Now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good morning to our witnesses. I want to talk a little bit about the difference between real charity and fake charity or phony charity. Real charity is an individual seeing a need, feeling the love in their heart, the compassion for their fellow man, digging money out of their own pocket and giving it to the people in need. Government charity, fake charity, is taking from somebody else and giving it to whoever you think that you want to give it to. Let's call this USAID program for what it actually is. It is a disgraceful betrayal of the American taxpayer. It's all under the guise of being charity, but for years, the Democrats have turned USAID into their personal slush fund, funneling billions of our hard-earned tax dollars into a cesspool of left-wing propaganda, all masquerading under the guise of charitable aid.
Yes.
And what did we get for it? Not stronger allies, not safer borders, and hardly a dime's worth for the American interest. No, we got absurdity for it. Taxpayer cash bankrolling climate activism, DEI, that are frequently at odds with the values and the needs of the countries that we're supposedly aiding. This isn't aid. It's a shakedown of our taxpayers, courtesy of the left-wing bureaucracy working with dark money networks that Mr. O'Neill described so eloquently earlier. Now, I have a question for Mr. Roman. As Doge has recently brought to the forefront, USAID has often used American tax dollars to push leftist ideology abroad. One of these areas is exporting radical renewable energy agenda, which I believe is not only not in the best interest of the U.S., but it's also detrimental to the very countries that the aid is supposed to be helping, subsidized by anti-competitive energy policy. Can you touch on the impact that this policy has?
Without being a meteorologist or climatologist or geologist, I can't necessarily speak about energy, but I can speak more largely about the sponsorship of agendas which are anathema to American interests abroad. Specifically in the report that we published about 3 weeks ago, we were finding that there were special interests who would come to USAID contract officers, they would make recommendations, and it was basically the granting like a political commissar in the Soviet Union would do to his favorite unit, rather than looking at what was actually good for the United States.
Thank you. Mr. Pimarak, it was once quoted by Samantha Power. She declared that USAID is a climate agency. And so Doge recently canceled 10 climate and clean energy programs, including a nearly $85 million award aimed at increasing clean energy in Africa. Also, a $18.7 million program for electric vehicles to be adopted in Nepal. My question to you is USAID a climate agency?
They wasted a lot of money on it. I can't think of any other agenda that has caused as much poverty and hunger as the climate agenda. For example, the higher energy costs hits the poor the hardest. For poor farmers in Africa that have to rely on natural gas-based fertilizers, it became too expensive, so crop yields just plummeted. And these countries at the same time were prevented from developing their own fossil fuel industries in which they could generate the income to finance their own social services.
Thank you. And my last question has to do with the promotion of values outside of the values of the United States and Western culture. As a member of Congress, I've had diplomats from other countries come meet with me in my office and beg us to stop using the aid that we're sending to their country as a leverage point to force them into doing things that their countries find abhorrent. One of those is the promotion of abortion. USAID is being used to push ideologies, including abortion ideology, across the globe. In fact, during the Biden administration, one of his first actions was to sign a memorandum reinstituting the foreign aid to abortion programs. But Mr. O'Neill, that jeopardized the same funding that was supposed to be helping people with AIDS.
Yeah, we've seen throughout the Biden administration the impact of these far left organizations propped up by the left's dark money network, pushing a host of causes, particularly on abortion. I have a big chapter talking about the prosecution of pro-life protesters.
Thank you. I yield back.
I now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Crockett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, God damn it.
I just want to see if we can level set, because I don't know if people truly understand the point of USAID. First of all, can I just ask you really quickly, each of you, yes or no? Do you believe that soft power matters? Yes or no, Mr. Unger?
Yes.
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 Absolutely.
Okay, so for the American people, because I don't know that there's been a conversation about soft power, but soft power is basically our way of building diplomacy around the world. And so how we build that diplomacy probably looks different in every different
Oh, yeah, that's
administration.
coming the fuck
But
down
the issue
then,
that I
ain't it?
have right now is
That's
that
coming
some would
down.
argue that we've taken a butcher knife where we need a scalpel, or others would just say that we are throwing out the baby with the bathwater. But either way, we are not accomplishing our goal, because as it's been laid out, we have people that have gone hungry, we have people that have died. So let me try to make sure that people understand what it is that soft power is, which is building diplomacy. The next part of that I want you to understand, those of you that are watching, is that as members of Congress, we do have congressional oversight to the extent that we actually travel the world. We go, we sit down with world leaders, we talk to them about the programs that we have, we talk to them about trade. We also have an opportunity to go and visit and talk and see exactly how our dollars are being spent. And if you are a good member of Congress, you do that. And I do want to tell you about an experience in Africa, but I got to get through these other remarks. So if I have a chance, I'm going to tell you why I believe in this with my whole heart. We all know that my Republican colleagues have a weird fetish with dictators or wannabe dictators. So it should not come as a surprise that they're here attacking global democracy programs. For 6 decades, USAID has been vital in reducing global poverty and hunger, helping to resolve health threats like the Ebola outbreak, which reached Dallas, where I represent, in 2014, and countering regional threats from Russia and China. Not only is pro-Putin President Trump threatening economic warfare against our closest allies and partners, he's blaming Ukraine for Russia's invasion, threatening military force against Greenland, and starting tariff wars with Canada and Mexico. He's also defying a court order to release billions of dollars in U.S. foreign aid. This committee should be providing oversight of the executive branch's illegal impoundment of federal funds. But we're here today so the chairwoman can peddle new conspiracy theories about U.S. foreign aid. The dismantling of USAID is just another part of the Republicans' chaotic foreign policy and pro-dictator agenda. Republicans are turning back.
Okay. Now, this is the only thing you ever fucking heard about this hearing? Because we watch these things, we listen to them in its entirety. If this is the only thing you heard because you don't listen to this, you just go onto social media and you hear these little clips of this ranting going on. She sounds awesome. But then again, she is just reading from a script. But
turning their backs on American farmers who provide nearly half of USAID's global food assistance. I'm going to stop here really quickly, because I think what happens is that when the American people hear that we're sending out money, they believe that we're just dropping bags of money places. And that's not what we do. But let me tell you, China does.
no, none of us ever believe that when these things happen, somebody just goes over there and drops duffel bags of money at somebody's feet and walks the fuck up. No, or maybe your side does, maybe your retarded ass does, but is that what you thought when you walked up in the fucking government? That motherfuckers were just dropping duffel bags of money places and just walking the fuck off? What the It's this stupidity. This is the social media era in government, ladies and gentlemen.
China does, because I've sat down and I've talked to people, and one of the reasons that we are behind China is because they have argued that there is no red tape, and China is like gangsters. Like, think about the biggest, baddest guy offering you money when you want it, like a loan shark, right? And then when they come back to get their money, they want your firstborn, your secondborn,
You mean like the IRS?
and everybody else. That is who China is. But a lot of people that are desperate for
Oh,
money, they
China.
go for
I'm
that,
sorry.
because in America, we're going to say, no. We're going to take care of our farmers. We're going to make sure that our farmers are the ones that are giving you the food. We're going to make
By government mandating it and taking out of the pockets that you must subsidize that. And because government is involved, they got to take what, 30% off the top?
sure that if you want arms, those arms are going to come from us. So I want people to understand, we don't just go with black bags and drop off bags of money like that. It's not that simple.
No one ever thought that, bitch. I don't know why you made that argument. I don't know whatever came up in your brain like that, other than the fact that maybe you thought that's what people did because you see it in movies. Anybody with any kind of common sense knows that when you're dealing with government kind of things like this, it's not like they took a big, huge C-7 fucking Hercules plane to drop off hundreds of duffel bags of dollar bills to everywhere we fucking go. Ma'am, are you retarded? Seriously, are you retarded? I'm questioning not just the cognitive ability of you, but the ability to understand and disseminate information correctly.
But I want to get to a couple of questions because I know I'm running out of time. Mr. Unger, the chairwoman stated that, quote, the federal government has been sending billions after billions of dollars to push left-wing ideology, fund radical extremist groups, and usurp the will of the people abroad and here at home. Is saving 20 million
Well, that
lives
is
through the
actually fucking
president's
true.
emergency plan for
Fair point. Fair fucking point. That is actually true. Yeah, in Afghanistan, there were pallets of fucking cash left in Afghanistan. Fair fucking point. God damn it. But they weren't duffel bags. I'm going to play a leftist position. They weren't duffel bags. It was pallets. Get your information correct. What up, Private?
AIDS relief or PEPFAR part of some left-wing ideology? Yes or no? 'Cause
No, in fact,
Okay,
it,
I gotta go.
PEPFAR was created by Republicans.
It was created by Republicans. Thank you for that fact. In fact, it was a Bush, a Texan. What about eradicating polio in nearly every country and cutting malaria deaths in half?
Wait, what about a bush in Texas? Wait, what? There ain't no way you argued that stupid shit. Hold up.
Fund radical extremist groups and usurp the will of the people abroad and here at home. Is saving 20 million lives through the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief or PEPFAR part of some left-wing ideology? Yes or no?
No, in fact,
Okay, I gotta
PEPFAR
go.
was created by Republicans.
It was created by Republicans. Thank you for that fact. In fact, it was a Bush, a Texan. What about eradicating?
Oh, okay. George Bush. For a minute there, she was talking about PEPFAR, and I was just like, are you going to tell me PEPFAR was started because of a bush in Texas? That's what I heard. I didn't think about George Bush, but yeah.
Polio in nearly every country and cutting malaria deaths in half?
No.
Okay. So here's the other thing, and I don't know if anybody knows the answer to this question. We have been talking about USAID and trying to pretend like it's the devil, but when
I can tell you why they do that in a military fucking the military industrial complex. You have no idea how many people touch anything even before you get the product to start whatever project you're working on.
when we look at the numbers, is it 50% of our budget that goes to USAID, Mr. Unger? Yes or no?
The money that goes to AID is less than 1 cent if all of the federal budget is $1.
Thank you. It is less than 1% of our budget. So we are focusing on less than 1% instead of the other 99%. I need the American people to wake up and recognize and start asking questions about these other areas, such as
The
where
gentlelady's
line
time
of
has
this is money.
expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Jack, for 5 minutes.
Chairwoman,
Just because y'all are finding this weird shit and attributing it to the left, hey, I can find weird shit and attribute it to the right, which is they're still targeting that. The reason why it's all this information is still just shifting to the left is because y'all are terrible, evil, dumbass, retarded people.
Chairwoman, I wanted to ask for unanimous consent to enter an article into the record from this morning. It is an article from the Washington Post this morning titled "Judge Orders Trump Administration to Pay Millions in USAID Funds That the UN World Food Program is owed More than $820 million in funds."
That
from
was
just this morning.
disgusting as shit.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Jack?
Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I want to commend you for holding hearings, trying to ensure that the taxpayer dollars is held accountable. Our last hearing, I just want to note for the record, we discussed the $2.7 trillion over the last 20 years that has been distributed through improper payments and wasted, taxpayer dollars wasted over the last 20 years, 2.7 trillion. And one of the things I want to talk about today are some of the general waste, fraud, and abuse we've seen within the USAID program. So if I could start with Mr. Primarak, what was USAID's original mission and mandate, and how has the agency strayed from those initial priorities from your perspective?
It was started in the 1960s to combat Soviet imperialism, communist imperialism, and it did a good job. It responded to a lot of natural disasters, did a good job, helped to integrate former Warsaw Pact countries as allies of the United States, did a good job during the Clinton administration, but especially afterwards in the Obama administration, and it went full scale under the Biden administration, started pushing a social reengineering agenda.
And if I can speak to that for a moment, what would you say are the main deficiencies in USAID's vetting and oversight process that has led to this waste, fraud, and abuse?
It's an aid industrial complex that refuses to have accountability and oversight.
And Mr. Roman, if I could ask you just to expand upon that.
Sure. I'll give you an example of the Together Project in civic space. Islamist organizations which work with designated terror organizations in different Middle Eastern countries and territories came under attack by our organization, the Middle East Forum, back in 2017. They put together a lobby which acted as an umbrella to go to Congress to say, ignore that organization that's exposing public data about money going to radical organizations. They're so-called, quote unquote, Islamophobic. So by using politically charged language, they try to cover up their associations with terror organizations. Then they went back to USAID, said, look, Congress is going to fund us now because we lobbied for successful bills and they got more money.
And what steps would you say, Mr. Roman, are needed to be taken to ensure grant recipients follow the rules and cooperate with the policies in place?
I think there's a gap in vetting and enforcement, allowing funds to move both directly and indirectly to extremist-linked groups. You have to have a pipeline where all the money that's coming out of U.S. government coffers is traceable exactly to which organization and subgrantee it goes to. And then if you have $1 touch one individual, that individual or that organization has to report back to be compared against U.S. vetting databases before a check is cut to them.
And if I could ask the same question to you, Mr. Primarak, what are some steps we could take to ensure the grant recipients don't evade some of the requirements needed?
I think we need to have a consolidated website where every single
Yeah.
award and sub-award is on there, where not only members of Congress can look at it, but the American people who fund this can go through it. And that's the kind of transparency and accountability that's going to force folks to be careful what they do.
And if I can just ask, we'll go back to Mr. Roman. I really appreciated that example. With what time I have left, could you offer any other examples of mechanisms by which entities evaded transparency requirements, something that we all talk about, and we've all seen the egregious spending across the board that's been illuminated by many members of this committee over the last 2 weeks. But when it comes to evading some of these requirements, I want to speak directly to that and enter that into the record to the extent you could share.
There's a bifurcation of the problem. One is the organizations which are abusing U.S. taxpayer dollars, but the second is the bureaucrats who are allowing them to get away with it. Sometimes because they're not looking and being blind to the issue. Other times because they're intentionally pursuing an ideological agenda that Congress didn't appropriate or authorize. You have to direct funding to have individuals that are getting money to be able to authorize that money, and the reports on the grants that they make after the funding period is over should also be publicly available rather than just how much money was spent. In addition to that, there is many other individuals and
What up, Zone
partnerships
Girl?
that go beyond USAID. For instance, foundations supporting extremists, persistent lapses in sanctions enforcement, and also potential violations of U.S. criminal statutes. The report that we put out suggests that funding streams may have contravened laws prohibiting material support to terrorism, sanctions violations, fraud, and false statements, both by the grantees and some of the grantors.
Well, I
Yes.
appreciate the testimony
Yes.
from both of you all today and for all witnesses for appearing before the committee. Ultimately, I think what the chairwoman's been trying to do through these hearings is try to ensure that American taxpayer dollars are protected and used to the betterment of American citizens and our interests here in our country, and they're not wasted. And if I could just spend, Madam Chairwoman, the last 20 seconds of my my questioning today noting that we in our committee should have a decorum. And the other side, after our last committee hearing, which should have been a bipartisan issue, talking about waste, fraud, and abuse within government programs going out the door. Shortly after that hearing, one of our committee members called for real weapons to be brought to this political debate. And I think that's atrocious. I think that's egregious. And I would just like to note, I will reclaim my time, but I'd just like to note, Madam Chairwoman, that I think
You're not recognized, Ms. Stansbury. You're not recognized. Miss-
And you're spreading lies.
You're not recognized, Ms. Stansbury.
so.
Thank you.
I will just
Okay.
close by saying we should have more decorum in this and expect it, especially from the American taxpayers who are paying our salaries to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to
Motherfucker,
agree with
call it
that.
out.
There was a member of this committee that went on CNN and said it's time for actual weapons to be used.
Yep.
That is documented. It's on video, and we will not tolerate that type of language and calls for violence on this committee. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you so much for holding this hearing today. We've heard throughout this hearing a bit more of the same shrill calumny against President Trump and Elon Musk that we've been hearing for months now. But I am happy that a few of our colleagues did concede that we need more oversight and auditing of our foreign aid. I'd like to remind them that every time Republicans try to do that and audit where government money is going, they try to stonewall us. So I hope that they will get on board with protecting the American taxpayer. I think as it relates to foreign aid, to the extent that we do engage in foreign aid, it of course should advance American strategic geopolitical interests, our commercial interests, and of course should help ameliorate major humanitarian crises. But it ought to be rooted in realism, which is a recognition that we have strategic interests abroad that we ought to advance. And it ought to be rooted in a rational conception of the way the world actually is, and not the way some leftist secular bureaucrat at USAID believes the world should be. I think that forcing transgenderism and novel sexual fetishes on more traditional cultures does not advance American interests. It alienates the United States on the world stage. We've also seen USAID money going to oppose many of our allies abroad. Madam Chair gave a few examples, and I'll give a few more here. We've seen USAID money funding efforts to influence elections in India against Prime Minister Modi. We've seen our ally Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban accusing USAID of funding left-wing media outlets that are opposing him. We've seen USAID give $12.5 million just last year to the American Near East Refugee Agency, whose staff openly called for violence against Jews. The refugee agency also funded projects of the Unlimited Friends Association, which is a proxy organization for Hamas. This is not advancing our strategic interests abroad, and these are not promoting American values. Mr. Unger, I've got a couple questions for you. You've mentioned USAID as representing American ideas in action. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you believe that spending over $3 million for being LGBTQ in the Caribbean is a reflection of American ideas in action?
I believe that the programs that are focused on global health
just
and
yes or
food
no is
security-
fine. Yes
I
or
believe
no
that
will
the
suffice.
programs that in global health and food security and economic growth
No,
are absolutely
I'm
in
not.
the interest
I'm
of
talking about being LGBTQ in the Caribbean. Is that a reflection of American values? Yes or no?
I believe the programs that you're referring to are a reflection of
I'll
human
take that
rights.
as a yes. What about spending $70,000 for the production of a DEI musical in Ireland? Is that a reflection of American ideas in action? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Do you think that spending $2 million for sex changes and LGBTQ activism in Guatemala is a reflection of American values?
The information that you are using is
Yes
so
or no?
faulty that it doesn't
It's
even
a yes or no
describe
question.
the
It's
USAID
a
projects.
no. That is a direct description of what we're spending our tax dollars. Do you think that sex
that-
changes and LGBTQ activism in
Is that what you're-
Guatemala
is that coming
is an
from
accurate
Doge?
reflection of American values abroad?
Is
It's a
that
yes or
data
no
coming
question.
from Doge?
Is that a yes or a no?
What I want to understand
This is
the
a
data
yes or
coming
no
from Doge?
question.
Because they counted the same
I'll take
USAID
that as
program three
you're not going to
times.
filibuster. Reclaiming my time here. We'll go to
Yeah.
another one. How about $1.5 million to promote job opportunities for LGBTQ individuals in Serbia? Is that a reflection of American values?
Providing job opportunities for allies around the world is absolutely in the interest of the American people.
Well, I would like to maybe challenge you if you really believe in promoting DEI. I've got about 20 seconds left. Then in giving jobs to somebody based on their minority status or the color of their skin or their sexual proclivities, you might want to consider stepping down from your job and giving it to somebody who has more minority points than you do.
Well, if that were what
with that, I
DEI is
yield.
about,
My time
maybe
is
I would,
over.
but it's
I'm
not what
yielding.
it's about.
I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my colleague from Texas did a very good job. Listen, the sky is falling. We hear it now, and not just in the Doge subcommittee, but we hear it in oversight from our friends across the aisle. The sky's falling. The world's going to end. People are going to die.
What up, Queen
And
Bee?
then when they say Elon Musk's name, it's never Elon Musk. It's Elon Musk.
We got a little
Reckless
bit
cutting
left.
of the federal workforce and this hyperbolic fear mongering is brought to you by the American left. And why I ask, and so many others, the Doge Committee Dems are using this, quite frankly, sloppy, lazy, wildly inaccurate, and really boring
We've
rhetoric.
been going for 4.5 fucking
Because
hours.
this administration and this president is finally acting boldly, because so many administrations in the past haven't. They're acting boldly and courageously to ensure, wait for it, that the American taxpayers' dollars fund federal workers that work. I know that may be a radical concept to some. Now, let's set the record straight as well. Secretary Rubio has made it sure. He had issued a blanket
hearings.
waiver for any life-saving aid. I think it's $72 billion that we're spending. Is USAID the perfect vehicle for this aid? Of course not. We found that it isn't. And we also recognize that China has that Belt and Road Initiative, and they're licking their chops. And if we took that $72 billion out, they're going to fill that vacuum. So that's just hyperbolic nonsense that we do not recognize that there's a role to play for the United States in the federal aid space. But what we want to expose is $164 million going to radical organizations, $122 million of it to organizations that have aligned or at least tied to terrorists. So, Mr. Premarak, putting aside the massive issues of handing money over to terrorists and such, can you speak to other ways that our foreign aid has actually hurt United States efforts and interests to counter the malign influences, let's say, of the Chinese Communist Party?
Our aid has created an international aid dependency. It's become international welfare. We need to put terms on these programs. The whole point of this is to help strengthen countries economically, politically, and become strong allies. We don't do that when we celebrate 30, 40, 50 years in a place. That means we are failing. The point of our jobs is to work ourselves out of a job. If we do that, if we focus more on trade, if we focus more on investment, we're going to create the kind of allies in the developing world that'll make us stronger in combating the China challenge.
So you're talking about self-sufficiency, it sounds like. You're talking about taking a developing nation and helping it develop.
And that's what they want.
One of the countries that come to mind, for instance, that had a successful journey over the last 60 years is like a Singapore. They don't need foreign financial aid from the United States. They're a wealthy city-state now, are they not?
You had countries like South Korea, Taiwan, and other places that benefited. Look at them now.
Wild successes. Okay, so also, Mr. President, while I got you, do you know of if USAID sent any funding toward lab research in Wuhan, China?
Just what I've seen in the newspapers.
Yeah, clearly we shouldn't be sending our foreign aid to China when they're our greatest adversary. Ms. Junger, thank you for being here. just to follow up on some of the things that Mr. Gill was asking you, 2 million, and this is a source. This is from the federal award identification number. So this clearly happened on the USspending.gov website. $2 million to quote activity to strengthen trans-led organizations to deliver transgender surgeries. Do you think that's a good use of taxpayer money?
I defer to Congress, sir. If Congress appropriated the money
that's
and was
not what I asked
notified
you.
about the
Mr.
program,
Unger,
then I
do you
believe
think
it's in the interest of the
do you
American
think it's a good
people.
use of taxpayer money?
I believe it's a good use of taxpayer money for Congress
That is
to
very
appropriate
telling. I thank
funds.
you. I yield back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. And Chairman Comer was going to be here but got tied up. I now yield to the ranking member Stansbury for closing remarks.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. It's always a wild adventure here in the Oversight Committee. And as the language was just used, wild and sloppy is not what's happening in this committee, but what Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing to our foreign affairs and foreign aid. And in fact, if my friends across the aisle would like to understand the real world impacts of the tens of thousands of Americans who've been laid off and the people who are suffering around the world,
Good.
go home and talk to your own constituents, because we know
Bitch, I can't help them until I can help myself.
they're coming to your town halls, and we know that behind closed doors, you are calling the president and you are calling secretaries and telling them that your constituents are upset and that you don't support what they're doing. So I do not appreciate you all sitting here pretending like this is not what you support. Okay. So let's talk a
What
little
the
bit
fuck?
about the gutting of foreign aid and global realignment that's happening under Trump. They're dismantling this agency. They're withholding funds. They're firing tens of thousands of U.S. aid staff. They're hacking federal data systems. They're stranding aid workers across the world. International food aid is rotting in ports. American farmers have lost millions of dollars in income, and a global realignment with our foreign adversaries, including Vladimir Putin, is happening at a scale unlike anything we have seen in American history. And the administration knows that these activities are illegal. They know that they've overstepped their constitutional authority. They know they're violating statutory law. They know they're violating appropriations law. They know that they're violating federal employment laws. And they know that they are reversing American foreign policy in a way that we have never seen before. And Donald Trump and his allies are
Good.
trying to redefine the Constitution.
Good. You wrote the laws to actually defend these people so that anyone in a government position can never be fired unless it's so goddamn egregious. Like stealing luggage from an airport. You know, the nuclear waste guy, Sam Britton, was it?
By tweet. They're threatening federal judges, intimidating federal employees, and yes, even members of Congress using the Department of Justice. And why? We don't know, because not a single person from the administration has come here to testify in this committee or in any committee about what Doge and Elon Musk are actually doing. And if you look at the so-called transparency that Elon Musk put online, the math does not add up.
Most of it.
Wild and
Most of
sloppy.
it was federal
Our friends
job.
across the aisle like to talk about how he's some sort of genius. And this dude couldn't even post a simple spreadsheet that adds up. It's literally off by tens of billions of dollars. You guys, that's wild. I mean, like literally, that's wild. But in spite
Wait.
doing. And if you look at the so-called transparency that Elon Musk put online, the math does not add up. Talk about wild and sloppy. Our friends across the aisle like to talk about how he's some sort of genius. And this dude couldn't even post a simple spreadsheet that adds up.
You mean posting information that you were saying he shouldn't have in a spreadsheet to prove that he didn't miss a comma somewhere? Is that what you're getting at, bitch? You were saying he shouldn't have access to our information, even though thousands upon hundreds of thousands of people have access to our information daily. The IRS actually leaked millions of people's information, and it's still going the fuck on every damn day of our lives. But you're going to be pissed because he might have missed a comma and we can't understand why. So you must post everything. Are you trying to get him to violate federal law?
It's literally off by tens of billions of dollars. You guys, that's wild. I mean, like, literally, that's wild. But in spite of this, our friends across the aisle are acting like everything's normal. And last night, they passed a budget resolution that not only is going to gut Medicaid and Medicare, but is going to make these cuts in federal firing permanent, even though they know it is making America less safe. And in the meantime, Elon Musk is actually awarding himself additional federal contracts. In fact, yesterday it was reported that he gave himself the FAA contract for communications. I mean, you guys, this is like graft, waste, fraud, abuse, all of the things. It's happening in front of your eyes, literally, and they are breaking the law while they cozy up to our foreign adversaries. And I know that Donald Trump thinks that he's a king because his social media, of course, he keeps repeating this. But let me say this to you, Mr. Trump. 250 years ago, the people of this great nation rejected a reckless, abusive king, and we won't go back. And for the thousands of federal workers out there, the aid workers, the advocates, and the people around the world who are impacted by these reckless and heartless and harmful and disgusting cuts that are impacting people across the world, know that we see you. We stand with you. We are fighting for you. We are in the courts. We are in Congress. We are in our communities, and we will hold this administration accountable. And we will not abandon our allies or our humanity. So with that, I say to all of you, be strong. We will fight back.
I now recognize myself for closing remarks.
That bitch was campaigning off your fucking tax dollars in a committee hearing.
For closing remarks, and threats against the President of the United States will not be tolerated by anyone. And the math does add up. The United States is 36 trillion in debt. 36 trillion. There's plenty of spreadsheets that show that. As a matter of fact, there's a debt clock. You can watch it continue to tick upwards every single day.
One person.
In fiscal year 2024, the government spent over 1.8 trillion more than it took in. And in fiscal year 2025, the interest on our debt is expected to exceed $1 trillion. That's everybody. I don't care how you vote. The American people do not want to continue to fund these propaganda campaigns, regime changes, terrorist, LGBTQ initiatives, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and other Democrat globalist initiatives. And even if the people did want to continue supporting such causes, guess what? They can support them with their own money through private donations. Because the reality is, everyone, we are flat out broke. If the U.S. government operated like any other private business, which it should, by the way, it would be completely bankrupt and it would be out of business. Last year, we spent almost $2 trillion more than we took in. The United States government is not a charity, and it is not to be used and abused by the bureaucracy to implement the far left's agenda and impose it on the entire world. Again, 96% of all political contributions from USAID employees go to Democrat Party candidates or PACs. Perhaps that's why we're hearing all the complaining. The revolving door between USAID employees and NGOs that receive USAID funding is undeniable. Maybe we should consider investigating whether USAID funding has made it back to Democrat campaigns. Has it affected elections? The real questions the American people deserve to know answers to are these. Why are we funding 9 out of 10 news outlets in Ukraine? Why was former USAID Administrator Samantha Power visiting Hungary for the purpose of strengthening democratic institutions when Hungary is a country that is strongly democratic and members of the EU and NATO? Why was USAID co-funding joint programs with George Soros's Open Society to promote radical social agendas throughout the developing world? Why is USAID involved in the canceling of elections in Romania? Why is USAID involved in funding court changes in Albania that resulted in the prosecution of the Albanian opposition leader? Why is USAID funding censorship laws in Brazil to silence Bolsonaro? Why is USAID involved in funding the Syrian civil war? What we have learned here today is that USAID has been used as a tool by Democrats to brainwash the world with globalist propaganda to force regime changes around the world. But if USAID funded terrorism that resulted in the death of Americans, then this committee will be making criminal referrals. Lastly, if this is the funding that has come from the USAID, the United States Agency for International Development needs to
We'll
be
see how that
abolished.
turns out, Lenny.
With that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there is no further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Okay. So we finished them both. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead in this one right here. I'm going to give me something to eat. I'm going to finish up with my wife out. Then I'm probably going to play a game or two, unless she wants me to hang out with her. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get the hell out of here. Y'all have a great night. We got some more coming up for you, and I won't stop these things. We're going to listen to a lot more on this channel. Y'all have a good night, and we'll see you again soon.
Comes a president. We can't start our own little
I have
business
a
here.
dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the ninth inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night, got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, hear them scream, okay, it's the dream. And I pray as a team, one day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today, for a minute. I don't stay, I just visit, have no shame, I admit it. Looking on me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the